Hello. Welcome to another episode of Too Much Information. I am your host, Tonk7, along with my co-host, Color Commentary. Happy last day of May. Nice day to have after Memorial Day. Sorry for missing last week. I had COVID. I was pretty sick. I think having the vaccination did help with that. So if you're iffy about deciding on it, I would recommend it because I do think it helped me out a lot. It was a lot to deal with at the very beginning, but then it kind of progressed away. Just felt like the flu, but just a little different. So I'm happy to be back, happy to be feeling good. We got a lot of good stuff to talk to you about tonight. Good rundown, and I'm happy to be here. And just like always, we're asking you to like, share, comment. We got a new rundown for the week now, kicking it off with me every Tuesday, Tonk7 TMI at about 9:30 now. And then Thursdays, we got color commentary at 10 p.m. This is all Eastern time. And then Saturdays at 10 p.m., we're doing late night exhale with Ali and maybe Capitan or Culler. And then, of course, just sporadically through the week, we're going to have El Capitan doing his thing, usually at 10 p.m. Sometimes it's a little earlier or later, but his show, he's always got something going on. We're still partnering with Fanatics. There's links underneath underneath the description on YouTube if you're ever looking for some new gear. And we still got our gear, of course. We got sandals, we got sweaters, tank tops, beanie hats. I got me a hat last week. 2 weeks ago, I had it on. And then we got a new flag we're working on right here. We got a bunch of new stuff in the works. That actually looks like a flag that you could actually hang up. I didn't see the little divots in both sides. Actually, that looks pretty cool now. So yeah, we're working a lot. We're trying to get a lot accomplished. I don't even know how many followers we have now, but I'm sure it's higher than the last time I checked. But welcome everybody.
Couple away from 1,300.
Just a couple away from 1,300. Man, we're getting up there. We're getting up there, and we're kind of in the dog days of sports right now. But at least we got some training camps opening up for the NFL. We got Major League Baseball, basketball. We got the finals coming up. Feel bad for the Heat, but they did give it their two, and the Celtics are looking really good right now. That was a good series. That was a good series. I think the Heat dropped the ball a little bit, but we're dealing with injuries. When you have injuries like that, it just destroys the season. But anyway, so what's up, Culler? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I feel absolutely refreshed and, dare I say, healed from my short hiatus out in Colorado.
Oh,
Soaked in the
yeah.
hot springs a little bit, froze my ass
Nice.
off a little bit. You know how it goes out there.
Yeah. I've actually been to a hot springs out here in Washington. They converted it into a pool. And so it was like a swimming pool, and you could actually feel where the hot water was coming out. And I mean, it was really, really hot, and it felt slimy, like I think it was, what is that chemical?
Sulfur.
Yeah, sulfur. Smelled like rotten eggs, but like it was like a basic kind of slimy, like bleach feel.
Yep.
It was really interesting.
There's also things like lithium in that water, so that's
why.
Oh
yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
You soak in it for like few weeks straight, and you actually do feel like it is like an antidepressant.
Oh yeah, anything like that. And on the contrary of what you just said, there's this thing called forest bathing, where you basically just go immerse yourself into the woods and you just mess around out there, maybe take your shoes off and just play around in nature.
Be a human.
It's basically, it kind of rejuvenates you, especially the air. And I love going out to Olympic National Park, just the smell of the air alone. And doing that, it feels so good. And especially, because that's natural minerals and oils, essential oils and minerals and heat all into water with no additives, no preservatives.
Yep.
But that's cool. Yeah, I've been to Denver. I drove through there when I was driving out to Portland. I went through there at the beginning of November, and that was a good time of year to go there because it was snowing, but it wasn't like super heavy.
Right, it wasn't deep, brutal winter yet.
No, it was just the beginning, and I was going through the Rocky Mountains when it was snowing like that. Dude, it's hard to be more beautiful than that.
Yeah, it is like that on the back end too. Like we got a little snow yesterday when we were driving out of the mountains. They got a little dusting.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. It's and they get a lot of sun. I think they get like 300 days of sun a year. So for a place to have that much, weather and snow and stuff like that, it's pretty good. I wish we got that many. We got like the opposite of that out here.
And the medicine shops are great there too, by the way.
Yeah, I stopped.
That's nasty.
What's wrong with drinking water from the ground? We used to do it all the time. I don't know what's.
Are you stupid or something? Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
That's the new Pichotto from Pinocchio, or whatever the guy's name. Pinocchio's dad. That's the new Pinocchio's dad. What's his name? Pinchotto or something like that? Piccolo?
Really?
Yeah. They're making so there was already another new Pinocchio movie. It was made in like Europe or something like that. But they're making another live action.
Oh, Geppetto, I think is what.
Yeah, Geppetto. Listen, Geppetto, Gelato.
I haven't seen that movie since I was like 6 years old.
Jalapeno.
I watched a little bit of that French one.
Yeah,
it's creepy as shit, bro.
Yeah, I know,
bro. It's creepy as
I know.
hell, dude.
It's like
yeah,
I want to see, but I was like,
movies.
The only time I ever thought of it is like at night, and I'm like, I'm not watching that movie.
I'm not watching it.
I'm
starting to think of what was the name of that '80s movie where they had the doll Puppet Master? Where they had
Oh, yeah.
the Puppet Man, the one had the blade and shit. Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
And you,
All right.
you knew about all the scary movies,
Bro, are
growing
you kidding
up.
me? They're all still up here for whatever friggin' reason.
Oh, we can't forget the Hellraiser series either, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen those.
Terrifying. Terrifying Hellraiser. And not
See-
I don't honestly don't like Hellraiser. Don't like what it represents. Don't like all the Satanism in it. Don't really get down with all that in the movie status. I understand it, but I don't like it.
Hellraiser.
I don't like that
It's like-
shit.
It's like, was he born that way?
No,
it's like, what's going on here?
It's a cube that opens up to another dimension. It's kind of like have you seen Rick and Morty? The one where he
No.
has oh, you missed it then. Anyhow, it's a cube that opens up the dimension to hell, and Hellraiser's like a general in the Hell's army, pretty much. Best way to put it.
They should
And
do a remake.
it's essentially a selling of the soul type of thing. It's not really good. It's a lot of ancient witchcraft and shit like that. It's not good, bro. It's not
But
good.
you like Evil Dead.
Don't
Evil
forget
Dead's
don't
Evil
forget
Dead's
the
a little
brutal
different.
sadomasochism. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there's brutal sadomasochism in it, and then there's a lot of that.
Well, a lot of those old movies are just creep. Just the fact that they're older is just creepy enough.
So, Tom, just so
Yeah.
you're aware of how Pinhead got
Claymation's
made a deal with the devil, and basically he's being tortured as a price, and that's like that they
John.
you know,
I seen this Winnie the Pooh horror flick thingy.
Oh bother.
Oh bother. Fucking Eeyore's got to be the scariest one.
I'm sure there's a horror version of Rumpelstiltskin too, isn't there?
More.
Oh yes, there is a horror version of Rumpelstiltskin.
I thought Rumpelstiltskin was always a bad guy.
Well,
he's always but I mean, there was one made. It was like a B movie.
I mean, that's just as good as the fucking snowman in the shower with the chick. Fucking.
So we'll
Jack
call that
White
a
or
modern
whatever it was.
retelling.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, we'll call it a modern retelling of Rumpelstiltskin.
He's
That's
like
right,
in the
that's
shower with the lady, a snowman.
Yeah, shouldn't he melt?
He's like killing the lady.
You know what was scarier than you think is Krampus. That Christmas movie came out a couple years.
Oh, well, they have a couple of those. I haven't
Terrifying.
seen.
I don't know. The redhead kid in A Christmas Story was pretty terrifying to me, dude.
Oh, cry! Fucking kid, little bastard. Wanted to beat him up so bad.
How did we get there, Tonk?
TMI dog
ass
goes
dude.
far and fast, bro.
Old ass
Fall down the
scary
rabbit
ass.
hole. Next thing you know, you're talking about shit we ain't supposed to.
Got my new pen cushion up in here.
He did it, not me.
Bro, pin cushion.
Hell, the rest of my
That'll
face
be
is
like-
my pen cushion.
That'll be like, why is that color always interrupt Tonk?
My name is Jeff.
All right. So
All right.
the lighten
I'm
things
everybody's
up,
pin cushion around here, bro.
but seriously, yeah. So all right. So, and I've kind of touched on this even before I saw this article, was about college organizations, SEC, Pac-12, ACC. They don't need the NCAA to accomplish all of this conferences and what is it? Championships. And I think the NCAA is trying their hardest to hold on to college football as much as they can, because there's been a lot of changes. And so the article, I had it up earlier and I accidentally turned it off, but it just talks about the reshifting of the SEC, and we're going to have Texas and Oklahoma by 2025. And they were talking about their own playoff system, I think, with 8 teams. I don't know how much I'm for just the SEC having a playoff system. I mean, they already play each other, and they already have a conference championship. So is the conference championship?
Do you know if they run
that?
Do you know if they run a playoff series for their conference championship, or do they just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they play each other in the championship game, like 1 and 2?
Well, it's just who. Yeah, it. Well, it's number one from each division.
Right.
Division.
Oh, right. I got you.
But since the SEC is becoming bigger now, especially I think because they're getting Oklahoma and Texas, they're trying to make it so that these teams all play each other.
I thought they already had Oklahoma and Texas.
Nope, not till 2025.
Did they used to be in the SEC and then fell out for a minute?
No, they were always in the Big 12.
Yeah, Texas, I remember, but Oklahoma.
So Texas A&M moved over to the SEC along with Missouri.
Right, I remember. I was in Missouri when they moved over.
Like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah. No, not quite. It was about 5 years ago. I was over there when they did it.
I was so happy. I love the SEC.
That's
so
how
much.
I came to know Drew Rock.
I can watch almost any SEC game. I love the SEC. So I want to see more teams come there, and I want to see them. But I don't know how much I think it would be a good idea to have its own playoff system since we already have a conference championship. But maybe if they wanted to have it with another conference like ACC or Big 12, Pac-12. But
I'm wondering if it's just a change. Like, if they already have their conference championship, then how they decide that conference championship should kind of can be independent of the NCAA anyway. But
I mean, I guess I
can see them making a statement like, "Hey, look what we're doing," because that is going to sell more on TV.
Players are getting paid now, so it's not like it's too much more work on them, and they're not getting paid for it. But it sounds like it's kind of like when I was reading the article. It talks mostly about the commissioner of the SEC and what he wants. So it's almost like it's him trying to accomplish all of this. But in that same article, though, it said that the NCAA removed its requirement where you have to have 12 members of a conference to have divisions. And I think they're doing that because they're trying to not lose conferences.
Sure is a ding dang of a hoedown. This is a hoot nanny. Hoedown. Hoot nanny. Hoedown. Hoot nanny. Hoedown.
So, hence the origin of Iron Man versus Captain America
argument. Man, we could be debating that all night, man.
A hoedown versus a hoo-ha or whatever.
A hoot nanny. Was it a hoot nanny or a hoedown?
I don't know. I didn't.
Bro, did you just say hoo-ha?
I don't know. I didn't watch Footloose. I don't know.
They've been having this debate since Rome, man.
So, but the NCAA is making all these changes and stuff because they're trying to hold on to college football, dude. I don't know how. I mean, the NCAA is going to do whatever they can, but I think eventually it's going to be the conferences are just going to just own all of the football because it's just becoming so big. And now that, college football is basically the training ground for the NFL, it's just interesting to start seeing these, like, as more things change, more things are changing. It's like a downhill effect in a good way. I like to see this shakeup. That's why I wanted to talk about this, because I really like to see this shakeup. Especially with, name, image, and likeness and stuff like that. Are you a big college football fan, Culler?
I mean, I am, I guess you could say, because it's
Miami?
It's a fundamental necessity of the sport I enjoy, and all that, and it's a source of the sport I enjoy at a fairly competitive level. And I loved it growing up. I mean, you couldn't. I mean, Penn State, Miami. Let's see, who else? Notre Dame, Miami. I mean, you couldn't get me away from the TV, man, to watch my Canes. You know what I mean? And follow all that. When Miami fell out of, like, really even wanting to be in contention, it was hard to follow a little more. I mean, I still watch it, but I watch it for different reasons now. Like, not to say that I don't think that my Hurricanes have a chance every single year, even if they've got the worst squad in the country. I don't care. We'll just pull out switchblades, you know what I mean, and get the job done. But that all being said, I really do, and like I enjoy watching teams like Georgia Tech and implement the triple option and stuff like that. You know, because I really do enjoy watching good football. You know, like just in all its forms and different ways to do it, and you know, and it's just a beautiful thing to watch when you see a triple option. I know what Cap's about to do, so you can go ahead and cue it up, Cap. But if run properly, the triple option is absolutely unstoppable.
What is the triple option?
I'm sorry, bro.
like a
It's not
wild
on
card?
here, bro. I don't have
Oh,
it in TMI, dude.
man.
I'm looking for it right now. I
Yeah,
don't
it never
have
got
it.
uploaded.
See, and I
to
don't even know what you guys
Tonk7.
are talking about.
So
look,
it's just a way to run an offense, but Cap has this meme in back where it shows Red from that 70s show
yeah, hold on, I got
talking
it.
about the power sweep, like Vince
Vince Lombardi is overrated. That's right, he is overrated.
Ignore her. She's hysterical. If properly executed, the power sweep is unstoppable.
Oh, Red, this is silly. I don't want to run this play again.
Well, we're going to run it until we get it right. Because if properly executed, the power sweep is unstoppable. Had one. Had two.
Who wants
had-
cookies?
I won.
Oh, that's what it is.
No, that's not the triple option, but I was about to emulate Red just there. And we
triple
didn't have
option.
the meme in back to throw out.
Let's
You know
meet
what I
up
mean?
at the fucking water cooler. Triple
But if
option
properly
is what cup I'm gonna
executed,
choose.
the triple option is unstoppable.
Yeah.
It's just a way to run offense. But if you really want to know, I can tell you, it's just like the quarterback has three options at the snap of the ball, and it's like, you know, either he hands off to the first fullback, halfback, whatever. He'll straddle the line of scrimmage and either keep the ball, and then the third option being pitching out to.
I mean, it sounds like they always have a triple option.
Well, I mean, it's also, I mean, it depends on what the formation, but you can run a triple option out of different sets, like a pro set or a wishbone. But in Georgia Tech's case, they usually run it out of a wishbone. And when the offense and the offensive line has had a lot of experience with each other, it can really be a gorgeous thing to watch, you know, like just pure raw running football that you can't stop.
Yeah. I was born in Georgia, so Georgia teams I root for too. So pretty much
Georgia
Florida,
Tech,
Georgia.
for some reason, Georgia Tech seems to have that as their meat and potatoes. Like they don't, like that's all they traditionally run. So if you're a high school kid out there and you want to really learn the triple option, you go to Georgia Tech.
That's tight.
But
yeah, Georgia loves their football. Got a lot.
But I have been following the kind of politics of all of NCAA for over the years, you know. So I kind of, I mean, what do you think about it? I mean, honestly, I think these conferences could very well form their own league.
Well, I mean, I've heard PTI talk about it before, and now I'm starting to see well, like I said, I think the NCAA is doing all these changes because they're trying to prevent that from happening, because I mean that's billions.
Well, then they
dollars.
need to get a hold of who's distributing the money.
Because I mean, it was, I forgot. I think it was in like 2013 or 14. CBS paid $2 billion to SEC to stream their games every Saturday. And that's only like one game a week. But it was for, I forgot how many years. But I mean, this is the type of money we're talking about. And then just the teams, the lower level teams that play against the higher level, they get paid too. I mean, there's always a lot of money that goes through this, and the fans are never going to go away. College football will always have a lot of fans, especially these states that don't have professional sports, like Alabama. I don't think they have one professional sports team.
No.
Mississippi, Arkansas. I mean, that's all college football. I mean, you go there, it's Alabama, Auburn, all over the place. So, Middle Tennessee State, you know what I mean? Like, it's like these fans are not going anywhere, and they are diehard fans.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the only, you're right. If that's the only football you got,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't have professional
You'll
teams.
go to a minor league game like it's an NFL game and enjoy it
no,
that much
it
when
is,
it's
dude.
the only
It's
football
serious. I
you
mean,
got.
and especially like North Dakota, South Dakota, they don't have anything either. They don't like even their college teams are like secondary.
Right.
In Montana and I think those are the 3 states because I think Wyoming has a team, but they play Texas a lot. But yeah, I mean, you're just never
Wyoming's
gonna
been in the mix lately over the past, let's say, 15, 20
Yeah.
years. They've been in and out.
Yeah, because they play Texas a lot, so
Mhm.
they get a lot of good competition, so it keeps them good. And I remember one game I was watching, the guy was in the stands and he had he was wearing a fucking barrel.
Nebraska owned football for an era in college football,
dude.
and
Oh, yeah.
There was a couple good Miami Nebraska games back when I was a kid
Oh
too.
yeah,
Sure.
Nebraska
Right,
was
bro.
a team back in the
It's-
day.
it's-
Illinois.
Those places where that type of football will never die.
No, never.
And I think also, Tom, to add on this point, I think it is the future for it to be sectioned up in its own little things and have their own divisions and their own Super Bowl through their own playoffs. It was already kind of done through the playoffs. It is now. There's going to have to be a way to keep it more competitive. Hopefully the NIL deals are what does that, getting it more competitive and allowing people in like Nebraska to take pride in their community and be able to put more money as a community in a whole legitimately towards their athletes.
Yeah, I mean, shit, with that, with name, image, likeness, the fans can chip in.
I mean, listen,
there's
you could be Nebraska famous college.
There's
people now that are Nebraska famous in college that never made it to the pros, maybe got drafted, but they're in Nebraska. He's the end all be all. Shit, he'd probably be governor one day. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing's
it's like
really
that for
changed.
Florida players too.
Nothing's really changed, I believe, in a lot of ways.
I mean, different sport, but Matt Holliday could go back to Oklahoma and be a mayor somewhere or a governor.
I'm gonna drop back.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, especially with the transfer portal and the name, image, likeness, that's just totally changing. And it's not, all these changes aren't necessarily a good thing, but it's just something that was bound to start happening. It's just interesting to see it start to take off. Thank you for everybody. I had the wrong comment.
And see, there you go, Tonk. I don't think you and I have really talked about this much in a while, and after I've made a few of the takes that I've made, but I mean, you're an analytical minded person, dare I say business minded, or you can see that aspect of it. You're getting paid to play a sport. You know what I mean? Is it professional or is it amateur?
I think it's halfway.
You see what I'm saying, though? So it runs along the same lines as what's happening right now. Like, could they just form a league and abandon the NCAA?
If you go to a game, these are not amateur people playing football. They're
Right.
the all-stars of their high school. I mean, these are you can't say that those aren't professionals playing for Nick Saban. I mean, how many players?
It's semantics. Amateur just means not getting paid to do it.
Yeah. I mean, only a little bit because I guess they're 19. You know what I mean? 20. They're not 25 years old. But as far as what they can do and what they've accomplished and all that, they're professionals. I mean, I wouldn't go to a college player and call him an amateur. I mean, I wouldn't. Maybe AAA or the lower, super low level programs. Yeah. But like you can't go to an Alabama game and say these players aren't professional. I mean, they're maybe when they first start there, once they get developed, once they get a little bit more developed and be, away from their house, like if they move to a different state and start to actually grow as a person, maybe there's some of that. But as far as like competition and being really good and their skill, these are pros. And that's why they're getting paid for multiple reasons, but I think they deserve to get paid because they're putting their bodies on the line for all this time and they're going into the league. I mean, Robert Griffin III, he had like multiple ACL tears before he got to the NFL. I mean, he was only in the NFL for like 3 seasons.
Right. And to me, they're getting paid simply because they have value.
So to me, the thing I love the most about NIL, name, image, likeness, and being able to capitalize, because to me, capitalism is the lifeblood of the ideology of what makes things work and don't work and change. It's what the country's kind of built on, whether people like it or not. You can hate the capitalists, whatever. But
I mean, it is. It's not.
it's the truth. It's the truth, whatever it is. But for me, the NIL presents obvious bad things that can be done as far as abusing it. Hopefully they'll figure that out. But a good part is that the third string safety, okay? This is just a scenario I have in my head. Third string safety plays, he's a senior. He's only on the team, on the roster, on the field, getting special teams. Well, the star safety goes down late in the game. He comes up, picks 6 to win the game. Best play he'll ever have in his entire college career. That week after that, son of a bitch makes over $150,000 on all the shit he gets to sell afterwards. That capitalization he makes that one time, life-changing money to anyone and everybody, But I'm just saying, like, the places it can get to because of NIL can get to people that it would never get to. You know what I'm saying? In any other realistic thing. That guy comes and goes, but guess what?
Like,
when he does that,
like Rudy,
T-shirts, hats, all the kids on
like
college
Rudy
celebrating.
today off that one game would be a millionaire.
Like Rudy
would never have to play football again.
Oh yeah,
like Rudy Rudiker would never is something that falls by the wayside a million times over. A person like him that meant so much to their football team, that kind of story. I mean, who knows? It'll grow all these other avenues of business, and it puts money in the hands of young college kids. Let's be real. We're not talking about a bunch of dumbasses with college or excuse me, with money.
Well, you could also parlay it to a course in NFL business aspects of NFL. I mean, if they're going into the NFL and you've got a way to actually monetize them,
that's good
now.
Too. It is a
treat it like
process.
A course in a college course in doing that.
That's true too. The NFL and teams and having like a course and
the
money
players
management.
won't need players wouldn't need agents. Treat that as the NIL and all that. Treat it like as teaching the students how to market themselves like that.
Yeah, well, and how to
buy
handle that
agents.
Money so that they don't blow it on stupid.
I mean, why are?
I need to feel you, Jerry. Show me the money, Jerry. You better yell. Show me the money. Show me the money.
That's Don.
If you want real quick, if you want to talk about where the real racial gatekeeping is at, let's talk about it. Because these kids go to college. Some of them learn economics so they can have a career after the NFL or whatever. Some of them learn other things, broadcasting or whatever else, so they can have something after the NFL. They're going to college for a reason. Yet they get into the NFL and they have to have some pinhead, no offense, Drew, manage all their money or their business transactions with all these teams, their contracts, all of that. They can't be learning that in college for themselves.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they get that or not, but it should be part of the program. I'm just
thinking of things that would empower, let's say, a large number of black athletes. That would be quite empowering if they could actually act as their own agents. Because they have, that's what they actually learn in college while they're
that's going to have to shake out. There has to be something with agents getting their hooks into younger kids that are impressionable, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's going to have to be some kind of protection there as well. Good news is it's the real world laid out in front of them. But more importantly, down to the root of it. And I get where you're coming at in a side purview color as far as like I don't want to call it wealth distribution, but just available capitalism. That's how I look. Opportunity. Everyone that's in college is going to it for the same reason, to making money. That's it. Everybody who goes to college is trying to learn something, to get something to eventually try to make money. If there's an opportunity to capitalize.
Let's be real. Was Drew Rosenhaus in college with these kids just like the rest of them, and he just happened to be learning
So
business agency
from what I understand
sports agency?
and what I know about it is there's a lot, and I mean a lot, of small time agents that are, a lot of them are new up and coming, and they scout players in high schools that they believe in, and they try to get in some kind of representation with them as a manager. And so there's managers that you get. Then there's people, and that's, I mean, look, you get screwed over. It's kind of like the music business early on, if you want to be real. Then the further they go, you get into agencies and stuff like that. But there's a lot of, look.
But is this? I mean,
I can't worry about all the bad stuff that happens because of one good thing that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like the good has to outweigh the badness, and there's going to be a big learning curve period for it, for sure.
Hey, is what Big Drip is saying right there? Edrin James did it in '98. Ricky Williams chose Master P. Is that true? I didn't know Ricky Williams' agent was Master P. That's freaking badass.
Yeah, I do remember Ricky Williams having Master P as his manager.
That's badass, dude.
Yeah,
I'm quite a fan of Master P.
Kanye West just started a sports firm.
It's there's
what's
gonna
his name
be
from the Rams signed to him.
You know, there's a
sitting in this room full of hoes.
There's an accountability that has to take place in communities with their young people, and family should be a little bit, leery of it as well. So we got to be careful. It's treading on water. It's putting the real world on the plates with a lot of money, with a lot of snakes in the grass.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But it seems like it's blowing doors wide open all over the place.
It's better than the option. You know what I'm saying? Because there's plenty of 18-year-old kids that are going to college that have none of that. And there's even more that don't get to go to college at all, that have to go right into the workforce and get nothing. Now, how will this money trickle down? I don't know. But I do know that, I've had plenty of rich friends in my life, and I ain't never got no money from them. So fucking ain't trickling down. No.
Because with their Cardinal Newman.
Listen, they had plenty of fucking money, dude, and I ain't gained none of it.
Yeah, I know. I hung out with you with those kids.
Yeah, their fucking kids have money, right, Brandon? Holy shit. Like extra money.
I have a job at like 9th grade.
Yeah, me and Brent are pooling our money together to go buy some football cards.
Yeah, so hot topic, man. Hot topic for tonight. Yeah. SEC, man. All right. So, we've only been doing this show for a few months, and we've already had multiple shootings, ones that we haven't talked about on here, and then the one that just happened. And I'm steadily watching as our government does absolutely nothing about this problem. This is a huge problem. This is maybe our biggest problem. When you look at just everything it affects and reasons why, and things that are been done to stop or prevent, and it's nothing. There's been nothing all these years. There's been nothing done. I don't know how it's even possible that nothing is
we keep passing the same stuff over and over again that's already there instead of doing what actually needs to be done.
The governor of Texas literally said it was everybody else's fault. He said, no, it's these people's fault and these people's fault. He wants to point
certainly ain't his fault.
Well, it's his state, though.
Yeah, so
I gotta lean on that, man. Like, listen, you can't push the buck of blame. That's right. You can't push the buck of blame if it's in your state. You gotta have.
I'm not saying push the buck of blame. I'm just saying one thing is supposed to take on.
He can't take all the blame too, because you got to also remember, like, we can never. This is the biggest problem in the world when we talk about subjects like this, because the bottom line is nobody, and I mean nobody, can predict the mind of a madman, because if you could, you would in turn be mad. You would in turn be mad. The moment
if Minnie Mouse was the governor,
but I mean, for this kid to accomplish something like this at 19 years old,
yeah, he's an adult.
Who raised this kid? I know
that's where the real blame goes.
This is
now
the
you're
problem.
getting
It's the
now
bad
you're getting
parents.
somewhere we agree on. Now you're
Yeah.
getting
No, it
somewhere we
is.
can agree.
I mean, there's no way that I could ever do something like that.
Yeah, but do you
Like,
see, Tonk, that the fundamental issue is that the kid had no value for human life?
every time, dude, I say blame the parents, put the parents in jail over it. Nothing ever happens to the parents. The parents making these statements, "Oh, we're sorry to the affected." What do you mean? He had the guns at your freaking house.
Right. It has become
It's
evident,
your
Mr.
fault.
and Mrs. Right. It's become evident, Mr. and Mrs. So and so, that you didn't teach your kid the value of human life. That is your responsibility.
That's right. In
How do
some
you
ways,
not
you
know
gotta
that
have-
your child isn't a fucking psychopath and he's got a whole shit ton of guns? Like, how do you not know that?
There's plenty of, well, not the guns part, but there's plenty of parents that can, overlook, or they have a skewed vision of their children and stuff like that. But at the same time, you can't don't ostrich your head in the dirt and act like you don't see nothing, bro. That's
Exactly.
just stupid to play.
Exactly.
It's like
And you know what?
You,
I
Tonk, and I both grew up
wonder.
in this area.
I
You,
wonder.
all three of us all grew up in this area. We have
Yeah.
all met parents like this. Kids
You're
who have
absolutely
parents
right.
like this.
You're not.
We've
He's
all
not
met
right.
them.
He's not wrong. We've met parents of kids who have no. Listen, I'll tell you a story real quick. I'll tell you a story. I went to school with a kid. I'll leave his name out of it. Okay. And we had a party that we went to, a birthday party. It was like a pool party. Now, I never really liked this kid. Him and he always rubbed me the wrong way, and I get along with everybody. We were all a bunch of boys, roughhousing, probably about 13 or whatever. He was just mean as hell. And I ended up getting into a fight with him at the birthday party where, like, he frustrated me and got me so mad because of how mean he was being to me and somebody else that I ended up punching him in the face over it, where, like, I had tears coming down my face. I got so mad. Some years later, he murdered his baby mama and her boyfriend with her father's weapon while his kid was in the house. And now he's in prison for life, everything like that. I won't go any further in names and stuff, but, like, my instinct was like, got to stay away from that guy. Now, other people, I'm sure, had this instinct up to this point, and I'm certain, actually, I know that his mother of his kid had a restraining order on him and stuff like that. So there's signs. There's only so much we can do without breaking the line of freedom, because we don't want to ever give up an ounce of freedom for one psychopath or even a million psychopaths, because you can't do that. You can't.
Yeah, I know, but
because
we got to stay.
There's a loss of ground where, as I have
freedom,
to just, well, not necessarily giving
up
but
freedom.
I'm saying you got to understand where the freedom lines are. You know what I'm saying? Because I know one thing's for certain: no matter what the circumstance is, overreaction is the first reaction. That's number one. Number two is what you give away, you can't get back. So it's a lot harder to get things back once you've given it away.
I mean,
so I don't know what that is. I'm just talking about, like, privacy issues or restrictions or things to that nature. I don't know.
It is a conundrum, isn't it?
It's a conundrum, man. It really is. And I know Cliff. Cliff, love you, bud. I know you're a grade A troll, and I know you're against guns and stuff. But I gotta be real. As far as a American culture, it's kind of what defines us.
It's in the Constitution. It's literally the Second Amendment.
Well,
but I'm talking about just
we wanted to
culturally
change
speaking.
Even if we wanted to change it, you can't. There is no chemical that we can just drop on the earth that's going to dissolve every gun in existence.
Yeah.
As long as there's one, there has to be two.
We just need more
Okay,
protection.
and I have to be allowed to carry the second one.
We need more. We need
I like
more
that.
protection at schools.
It just is what it is. It's like saying, "Hey, we found uranium and we know what we can do with it. We can't
That's
put that
why I
back
got
on
that
Earth
shirt.
now."
So the Black Lives Matter shirt I bought, but the Students Lives Matter shirt I made, because when I talk about running for president, one of the first things I say is our schools are going to be more safe. Like, we need more safety at our schools. That's not taking away no freedom if you put in metal detectors. You saw did you see the video of the kid? He's running in the front door like it's nothing. I mean, he literally just walked in the front door. If you had locks and metal detectors, things would be going off well ahead of time.
I think single entry is a sensible thing, step. Here's the thing. When I thought about single entry, the idea of that, I was like, oh my God, can you imagine? Because now you would look what schools are. They're just jails, basically. But at the same time, it goes back to the same point I was just making. The cat's out. If our schools have to be built that way now, because that's what we have to do.
I mean, honestly, dude, I'm so glad I don't have kids, because I would find a way to homeschool my kids. I wouldn't want to send them to public schools. I wouldn't want to do it. They're not safe. There's a school right down the street.
Even if we kept them as gun-free zones, that's fine. Why do we have to put a sign out front on the lawn?
That's not going to stop somebody from walking in there and killing everybody.
But my point is, why do we have to advertise it?
I understand that you can't have a single entry, because guess what? Then I set the bitch on fire and they all funnel right to me.
There's,
you know what I'm saying? Like, just think.
I mean, but look, we just have to start small. We can't all of a sudden have the most protected school, but we can start installing things one at a time.
Yeah,
if there's
gotta be,
and the bottom line is
a better staff
it just needs
ideology.
To start.
Yep, and the bottom line is the Constitution can be 1,000 years old.
Yeah,
but the fundamental right to protect yourself will still exist. And if somebody can shoot me with a gun, then my fundamental right to protect myself is to meet that with equal force.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't even go to a concert without being patted down.
And listen, that's right. But again, there's also something to be said about the psychological things for children, growing them up in a state of fear. So you got to tread lightly on the kids as they get older. The younger they are.
But like to kill elementary students,
I got you. I agree. I would rather them see a guy standing out there with a machine gun than have the circumstances that they had happen to them. I agree with that. But this is where the data points have to begin. And in certain other places, people should start implementing these things and see how they work. Now, they also need to see this is going to take forever. By the time they figure it out, we'll have ray guns.
Somewhere. We need one start of a program or an initial investment into safety. And once you start small, you can build on that. We can't accomplish it all in one day, but it can start small in one area and slowly progress. And then at the same time, we got to start holding these parents more accountable, dude. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
They don't ever want to.
I just want to say one thing about the idea of.
Hold on, if the parents were going and facing some prison time, and that became the norm, motherfuckers would start paying attention to their kids a little bit more. Going, what? My little bastard kid's gonna get me thrown in prison when he goes and does something like this.
I know, and
there should be like a medium program, like where it's not. Do you know where this really starts? Beyond the protection of schools, where they can do something about it now, is something in between the Baker Act. You know what I'm saying? Something in between a Baker Act, which is what's in Florida. I don't know if it's different in other states. I'm sure it is.
But that's why I have this shirt on. It's for
that's why we celebrate Memorial.
Well,
Day.
That's why I wore this shirt. You can't really see it.
Here's another simple idea that may be getting in the weeds, but it runs along the line of that very thing. Well, yeah, we can determine that the legal age of adulthood is 18. But why can't we say, okay, well, the legal age that you're finally no longer responsible for your child's action might be 21 or 23?
Yeah, 21 or something like. Well, actually 23.
Well, what I'm saying is
that's when insurance
if a 23-year-old individual made the decision to go do that, I mean, that's an adult. That's a full.
Thanks, CT.
His own.
Thank you, CT. I didn't know it was federal. I assumed it was federal, but I didn't know if it went from state to state. So, like a Baker Act, but maybe something a little bit more different, something a little bit more specific on the protocols, and maybe even more layered. So, like, my mom has somebody in her neighborhood who has, you can tell, just they don't know them. They're neighbors around the neighborhood, but obviously her kid's on drugs. The mom's kicked him out, but he's like living in his car at the edge of her fucking driveway and have been for weeks and months. And his mom can't do anything to get him off the property. you know, in some ways, because it's where, I mean, there's a whole fucking mess happening here. The web of bureaucracy is such a problematic thing that really this comes down to people like ourselves, us being accountable and taking action inside of our smaller communities and making things happen. We all talk about what needs to be done. Nobody ain't doing shit.
Hey,
I bet if
exactly, that's my point.
I bet if all the parents
doing a motherfucking thing.
Well, I bet if all the parents in a certain town that knew about this kid, I bet if they all had a big PTA meeting to do something about it, nobody would feel like they're taking the liberty away from anybody.
That's how things used to be. And now this is something to be said in a much larger subject.
And I'm going to put
that we have now with as much communication that we now have, we are all that much more distant.
But with the kid in Florida that just got arrested for saying it was an elementary student who got arrested for texting his friends and saying he was gonna shoot up the school. But it's like, when did this become like a trend? Like, why is this a trend to shoot up schools?
So
it's just, I don't like.
Well,
I don't
understand.
Again,
Tom,
it's just so fucking confusing, dude.
That we'll never know. Because, like I said earlier, to figure out and find and understand madness is to be yourself mad. You can't do it. I can't do it. We can try to understand it. I could put it in text. We could profile it every which way we want. The bottom line is this, and I'll tell you what it is. Simply put, they enjoy it. Where we look at and have empathy, that other part in your gut and your stomach, they found a way to turn that fear or that turn in the stomach into pleasure, and that is it. That's it.
Well, they're almost like revving up each other.
Well, duh. That's not almost nothing. That's exactly what's happening. I mean, there's copycat. There's this.
Yeah,
there's that.
They're like, well, he did it. I'm going to do it too. And I think, I don't know, man, because a lot of the kids end up getting killed by the cops too because they start shooting at the cops. And I think it's because they want to die.
Well, I mean, obviously, look again.
Well, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Psychologically, I can't tell them where they're looking at it, you know. And as somebody who's, you know, danced over the rainbow,
I gotta push back on this. More guns equals more deaths.
Oh, from
Cliff. Because that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about putting more guns. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. I'm not talking about putting more guns, adding more guns to the situation. What I'm talking about is the same number of guns we already have in the hands of the correct people.
Nah, you know what?
That's different than saying more guns.
This won't be solved without none of that shit. And we're gonna get back to it.
It's just Mr. It's gonna require protection. We're not gonna.
I'm talking about
not even just protection. It's not protection. It's about people being better in community, more amongst each other. Start knowing your neighbor's name and everyone around you and your neighbor's name, and be a little bit more communicative in your community. On a smaller scale that reflects onto a larger scale. It's kind of, you know, that's the only way anything ever gets done. I don't know why
billionaires haven't stepped up with this and
because they don't give a shit. What the fuck does it matter to them? What do you mean, bro? They don't have to worry about it.
Elon Musk is worried about getting
people are the people that want to protect their own lives.
I mean,
that's trying to get to Mars.
In the pantheon of where Elon Musk's brain is at, humans' next existence, because he, you know, believes the planet will die, whether it's 1,000 years or
2 billion years, but
whether it's a billion years or 1,000 years. I mean, listen, he's just forward.
He's like, there's no guns on Mars.
All right, yeah, we come to Mars, no guns, bitches.
We all know
just really sharp.
We all got to do in our own way.
It's literally super sharp stick that can poke your spacesuit and kill you.
Look, bottom line is we all individually have to help do what we think is right to help the situation.
You can't blame the NRA, dude. The NRA.
If you think that's voting for gun control, then that's what you do, and more power to you. You know what I mean?
It's the parents. It's the government.
I'll always blame the government. That's my default.
Because they're not fucking doing anything about it. You're gonna make us all wear a mask when I go
exactly why we have the Second Amendment.
I can't
it's not because we're afraid the government's going to do something. It's because we know the government won't do anything for us. That's what it's for.
Try to get through airport security with a weapon. That's what the fuck we need at our schools.
Yeah, maybe.
And it only happens at public schools. This shit don't ever happen at private schools.
That's okay. I can throw a football so accurate. I
I
could
don't
throw a
hear it.
football so accurate, I could put it right between the eyes of that mover and just it'll
right.
be done with anyway.
I'm sliding back.
Anyways, all right, sorry. Like, hey,
I know.
you know,
It had to
I
be
know, I
said.
know the fans come on here to talk about sports,
I hope Darth stays around. We're getting back to sports, but we had to say something, bro. You know what I mean?
but you know, I'm a teacher.
We get it, Darth. Trust me.
You want to do cause for cleats now? I guess we can do it now because we still
I
got
mean,
a lot of
it would
we still
lighten the
got a lot
mood.
of content.
It would lighten the mood.
Yeah, I
Um,
put cause for cleats right after the turn. I knew this was gonna go right into the gutter. It's a touchy subject. Everybody
I
just
mean,
wants it to
fucking
not
AIDS.
be the subject. Bottom line, we don't.
I just
And,
want to show that we care about this and we want to see action.
listen, this is
and
what
Sure,
TMI is
sure.
for. TMI is different from
It's
the
for-
other shows. You know, I dig in deep on the Dolphins. So does Culler. We do, you know, Culler
Yeah.
does different stuff. Like, this is what TMI is for, everybody. You know, sports centric, but you know, we're gonna dig in on some of the deeper shit too. And this part, listen, when we talk about shit actually changing, it's open, honest discussions, community, and this gets large enough, then you actually can do some shit. So,
MCJB, I think so. And if I was wrong when I said it only happens to public schools, it's definitely the majority of schools are public schools. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
going
there
to
are
be
any.
inherent. That's going to
like,
be inherent because
it's-
it's just there's more of them.
Yeah, that's just all I was saying. I'm not trying to talk. I know where Santa Fe is. It's in Gainesville.
It's
but
just like it's just
I
like
don't-
we're
I don't know if
inherently
you
going to
can
have
tell-
more deaths than the United States because we have more guns. It just is the nature of it.
Well, it's in our constitution.
I mean,
that's
we
never
also
gonna
have a
get
larger
changed.
population. To say that we have more deaths, you have to be speaking in per capita because you know who else has 400 million people in their country besides China?
India.
Well, India, yeah, I guess India. Touche. I have to give you that because you know I'm an intellectual, so I have to take that one. That
I mean, they do.
the
They
loss
have
there.
a billion people.
I have to
over
take
there.
that loss, bro. Yeah, India. I
It's
forgot
actually a
about
big conversation with sustainability because they're going through their own.
Japan. It was like
They're going through
Japan.
their own industrial revolution right now.
God.
India is. So cause for cleats. What did you choose, Color?
So I got I was asking my mom on the way home from the airport what her favorite cause that she loves, and she likes the animal thing. So I'm like, all right, I care about animals too. I ain't a nut about it, but I do think we should, you know, care for them. I don't think they should have rights over human beings, but we should definitely make sure nobody like brutalizes animals for no reason, you know. But anyway, so Trill Williams, who I think is still on our roster, right? His cause is for animal justice, and it's also a local foundation that he dedicated it to, and that would be the Huizenga Humane Society of Broward County. Right there in the 954. And obviously their mission is a passion for pets and their people. Humane Society of Broward County is about many things, but when you get down to it, we just want to bring amazing animals and people together. The more we can create a compassionate community of animal advocates, the happier we are. So join us. You know where they're at, humanebroward.com. It's a local cause. If you guys are down south, even if you're not, we have a big problem with like, you know, things like that down here in Florida. So, you know, every little bit helps. Go ahead and get over
you got
to
a bunch of animals let loose in Florida.
and just people that treat them bad and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So,
And
you
those
know,
are really good places if you're ever going to donate money because it goes right into what they're doing right then and there.
yeah, you'll see
It's
the
a place
results
that you
right in
can-
your own community. You know,
Yeah, you can go there in person and donate. And those are the good places to donate because they're putting in the hard work. I mean, those people, man, a lot of them don't get paid that much. Some of them are, you know, voluntary. They're vets. They're vet technicians. I see a lot of voluntary service with animal stuff. People that foster animals. There's just a lot of stuff that people do for free. And so when you donate to those organizations, it goes right into helping the cause, like immediately.
Yep. And may have something to do with why he chose them, but it looks like now the website just shows Humane Society of Broward, but on the NFL's Cause for Cleats site, it lists it as the Huizenga Humane Society of Broward County. So, he's also choosing somebody that was intricately tied as our former owner with the Miami Dolphins, who founded that Humane Society in Broward. So that's pretty cool too. Shout out to Trill Williams. Who you got tonight?
So I chose J.C. Jackson of, what team is he on? The New England Patriots, and I chose.
He's on the
Mental Health.
Chargers now. He just went to the L.A. Chargers, signed a big deal.
Okay, Donda.
Trying to keep the show legit, bitches.
Ombudsman.
His cause for clues is mental health, and I chose that because you got to be messed up in the head to be able to do some of the things that people do in this country. It's called Embrace with Grace, Boys and Girls Club. And I just will always support any program that helps children. I actually know a kid right now who's in a program. It's called A Child's Place. It's in Brandon, Florida, Brandon, close to Tampa. It's for kids who were placed in there from the state, like when the state takes a kid away. It's one of the places, and they do a lot of good. They do a lot of good, and the people that work those organizations, I've talked to them, and they give it their all. They do everything they can for these kids. I don't know if it's the same program as Embrace with Grace, but I'm just familiar with programs that are helping children, mental health or something else. But these are our children. I mean, this is the future of our country, and whatever's going on to make kids do the things that they're doing, we need to, they need help. They obviously need a lot of help, and it's there. And so that's why I like to bring attention to it. Embrace with Grace, mental health for our developing children.
Yeah, maybe they won't turn out like me.
Yeah. Look out, Lake Worth High. I'm coming back. I'm coming back, baby. Catch me on the bleachers.
Shout out to Artie Frederick, who definitely rang my bell, woke me up in life.
Exactly, AA. We got to. I don't have any kids, but the kid that I was talking about that's in the program, I mentor him. I'm trying to actually get on. So like when these kids are in these organizations, you could be put on a contact list, but it's a lot of work you got to do. So I'm trying to become on there so I can contact the kid. But yeah, I mean, I don't have any kids, so I try to be a good role model when I can and help when I can. Because when you have someone older than you really trying to help you, it matters a lot. And from someone who needed help growing up, when someone helped me, it really mattered a lot. And it helped me to become a good person, the person I am. And, the things I've accomplished. So, it's a little help goes a long way with a lot of people. And, yeah. So that is our
that was there for you.
Those. And so what else we got? Oh, yes, this is pretty cool. And I've been waiting to hear NASCAR, any type of racing organization, talk about sustainability because they literally drive in a circle. I mean, it's like
it's a NASCAR.
It's like you drive it in a circle.
Hey, I can't say I disagree with you on this one, bro. It's like a big waste to me, man.
I mean,
It's
listen,
like,
here we got nothing against it. I feel it. I like what NASCAR's got going on as far as the fans. Not my flavor as far as watching it, but when he talked about sustainability, he talked about sustainability. I mean, yeah.
So this is pretty cool. And I'm starting to see more and stuff like this. Actually, Seattle has a goal of 2030 to be carbon neutral. And I am actually one of the people that is helping Seattle become that. I'm on a board of sustainability for them. Anyways, so they're using their recycling plastic bottles to turn into T-shirts. Now, this is a good start. This is kind of the easy way to go for sustainability. It is good though, because it's pulling plastic out of our trash and taking that plastic and repurposing it. And when you do that, that's almost called upcycling. I don't know if upcycling actually fits into this category, but when you take something that's been used and then you turn it into something new, that's usually upcycling, which is really, really good for sustainability. And Indy is this is their approach to carbon neutral by 2050. Now, carbon neutral can mean a lot of things. It could mean that they don't want you to keep, like, if you're in the parking lot having a tailgate, they don't allow you to have your truck running. Or are they going to have waterless urinals? Or are they going to stop serving plastic cups?
Well, we used to have waterless urinals, at least flowing water.
Yeah, like a trough or whatever.
Like a big block of ice in a porcelain bowl. I'm dead serious. Hey, if you think I'm lying, go to Tombstone, Arizona, and visit a place called Big Nose Kate's Bar and Saloon, and you'll go in the bathroom and find a block of ice in a porcelain bowl.
The water's deep. Yeah, it's cold too. It's the first time I ever got frostbite. Did they got
my helmet turned purple.
I hit the tip of the iceberg. What am I, the fucking Titanic over here? So a carbon neutral initiative can mean a bunch of different things. Hopefully, they're going to start run now. I've been wanting NASCAR to do this for a long time, is to start using hydrogen as their fuel instead of gasoline, jet fuel. Because hydrogen is literally, you can't get more carbon neutral. You can't get more sustainable than carbon.
If you ain't first, you're last. You know?
Piss and excellence. Speaking of ice blocks. I haven't seen that much ice since I took a piss in Arizona.
Well, Dick, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence. And no...
Especially it's got a nice new block of ice, baby. I am ready to... It's that early morning stuff.
They call that authenticity, man.
It's that early morning stuff. So, there's a lot of different things that can go into carbon neutral, but this is a good step in the right direction. I hope someday that they use alternative energy. Maybe they'll start using batteries. I mean, that would be pretty dope, but you would have to, I don't think you could charge.
Or maybe like Christopher Lloyd, like banana peels and stuff,
I mean, I would think, I don't know why they haven't tried to do hydrogen yet. They have the money to invest in the the technology because all you need is electricity and distilled water, and that's it. And when you burn hydrogen, you're literally adding oxygen. Excuse me. You're adding oxygen to anytime you burn something, you're just adding oxygen to it. So it becomes that plus oxygen, and hydrogen plus oxygen is water. So you use water for fuel, and then you get water.
Right. So its exhaust would be H2O.
Yeah.
We'll have a bunch of cars driving down the road blowing water out the back of their car like a fire hose.
I don't know why they haven't tried to do this yet, but at least they're trying to do something. I mean,
or we'll have cars with big rooster tails. People will be getting like directional exhaust, so like they'll be rooster tails. Everybody will have the tallest rooster tail.
Well, I think the reason they haven't done it yet is because how volatile hydrogen is. And it's it's a very I mean, look at the Challenger, for example. But it's so sustainable. And there's no emissions. It's very healthy. You could stand there and just have a healthy, like if you look at a map, just pull up Google Maps and hone over Europe, Northern Europe, just put hydrogen or hydrogen fuel. You'll see all these little places where people fill up on hydrogen in Europe. I don't know why it's taking us so long to do it over here. But anyways,
I thought they just had Angela Merkel sit there and fart in their cars.
Yeah. If I only knew who that was.
It's the president of Germany, bro.
Oh,
That's nasty.
I didn't know they had female presidents over there.
Actually, she's not anymore, but she was like for a long time.
Angela Merkel. What is that? What's his?
Angela Merkel, yeah.
Angela Merkel. Interesting.
Angela.
But it's a step in the right direction, though. So, pulling out waste from, because just because people say something is getting recycled doesn't always mean it's getting recycled. A lot of our recycled plastic goes to China, and China stopped accepting it. This happened, I think, when Trump was still president. They stopped accepting our trash. So plastic is a big problem. And now that they're finding a way to use it, and everybody wants to wear a t-shirt. I mean, shit, everyone to keep a t-shirt for a long time. So it's a good way to.
Sorry, we're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on, Snoop! Snoop-a-loop! Snoop! Hey, no, it's cool. It's cool. I'm cool. Bring your green hat. Let's go. Come on, everybody. We're going. Here we go.
Capitan's been waiting all day to play that live.
I know, and you laid it out so perfectly.
He's been waiting.
Did he lay it out perfectly, or did I hit it perfect?
Did you guys talk about that before the show?
You were on the pregame. You know what I'm talking about.
I must have been in the restroom.
He was still jet lagged earlier.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man.
I've never seen The Big Lebowski.
Whoa. Pause on the show.
Me neither.
Gotta watch The Big Lebowski.
I'll
ASAP,
see
bro.
if I can get.
Bro, I'm telling you, Brent.
I've never seen it either, so I guess we're gonna have to have a watch party.
Bro, I'm telling you, hilarious. I've probably seen it 1,000 times, dude. I watch it all the time. I love it.
So we got some new people up in here tonight. Q is an original. CQ FM original. AA. I don't know if I've seen you on here before.
Yeah. He's a staple of the community.
Minnesota, Viola, California, Miami.
I wasn't going to dox him, but it's actually Big Grit.
Chef Zoo. Where do you guys come up with your names? I mean, I guess mine is a little, unique, but it's just funny, like the names that you guys come up with on here. I love
everybody comes up with a name. Bro.
I know they always.
Everybody's got a name. It's part of the fun, dude.
No, I love it. I love it. It's just interesting. But thanks everybody for chiming in. Thank you for
perfect time to do the rundown. Ali is on it. Perfect time for the rundown.
Hold on. What else we got going on for this episode? What's next? Oh.
The rundown.
Oh, is that the Ali that's on our show now?
That is the Ali. That is the Ali
Tuesday,
Persian.
Every Tuesday, 9:30, around 9:30, TMI Tuesdays with your host, Tonk7. Of course, we got to start the week off right. And then Culler commentary Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then late night exhale with Ali, 10 p.m. every Saturday. And then we got Chris, we got Capitan just doing his thing Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. He'd be all over the place. Anytime he gets he gets this much news, he's going to go on live for about 2 hours about it. And so, we're still getting things done with Fanatics, still a partner. And we got our own gear, sandals, sweater, tank top, hoodie. Ooh, baby, look at that. And I'm probably going to get another one soon. I might buy the black one with the white. I think it's like black here and then it's white
you
here.
You put my address in the private chat.
And I mean, I don't know. Well, you trying to get some for me? And that's our new flag that we're in the works. Our homie HB is working some new looks for the flag. And we're like, we got a symbol now. We kind of got a flag too. And I guess
I'm thinking like moving this guy somewhere, and like this is the spot for that TFT.
Yeah, and I think Capitan is already the mascot. So once he gets going on some Red Bull,
as soon as I get off
Guy,
screen, dude, he starts drilling me, bro.
He
Starts drilling me.
He gets all hopped up on Red Bull and Family Guy, and he just gets all crazy.
There should be a triad of all of our show logos in the middle.
Oh yeah, like the Olympics,
right? Oh yeah,
or like overlaying them to make one logo, like Ultron and shit.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, hit up HB. I'm sure he
HB's in the back going, damn, I'm not that good. Shit.
If they only knew my real
initials.
If they only knew my real initials.
No, man, he's great. I don't know how. I'm just not artistically inclined like that. That stuff amazes me that he puts together. And big shout out to the HB, man.
I've known him for a long time.
We wouldn't be able to do it without
you. Hang out at Capitan's in their
no way would it look as good as it does without him. So shout out to him.
All right, so what's next? We got a few more topics that I'd like to get through. So this is pretty cool. This is the first I've seen of any sport. U.S. soccer equalizes pay. So how they're going to do it is kind of like a kitty or a pot that all the money goes into, and then they divide it up evenly. Or I'm not sure how evenly or how it's going to work, but I know it's put all together into one. And then,
I heard about this. It's like the kickbacks. So the contracts will be individual because that's how athletes work. But like on the profit sharing, there's a kickback for like the athletics and like the for sponsorship and stuff like that, and probably major league soccer and the MLS. A little bit more different than a lot of other situations with soccer because women's soccer is actually very popular in America because really it was women's soccer that kind of pioneered a lot of how soccer's, in America. Like just to me,
well, yeah, because
I remember growing up
in the national team.
That's right.
Well, and especially in today's atmosphere, because if you ask me, and this is not to disparage anybody, but obviously they're very good at the sport. And it's a sport that's conducive to all genders as far as being good. You know what I mean? It's not like, it's just kind of like tennis. Women have proven in both of those sports that they can compete equally athletically with men. Maybe soccer. Obviously the soccer guys out there will probably tell me I'm full of junk, but whatever.
Yeah.
If it wasn't true, the men would be winning medals too. So,
Yeah. But it's interesting that it's soccer first because as far as men's U.S. soccer around the world, we get our asses whooped, and the women, they destroy every other country all the time. So they're definitely the breadwinners. I don't know exactly breadwinners, but they're the champions. They're the champions of soccer when it comes to us.
That just got me thinking, Tonk. That's another example of the United States and America and the way we are as far as, like, think about it. If our women team is out there destroying every other country's women's team, yet every other country's men's team is destroying ours.
Yeah.
Who's the one like keeping their women down?
No, that's exactly the point that
we got a long way to go here, but who's keeping their women down? You know what I mean?
It's just that's the good thing. That's what's good about our country is that anybody, people can make it here. We have a lot of oppressing our
women. If we were oppressing our women, they'd be just as crappy a team as every other woman team.
It's the proof is in the pudding. And we could still improve, but that alone shows how much we have excelled as a country when it comes to women's participation, women's rights, and their own accomplishments.
Yeah, we'll ease up on the men's team. It's starting to offend Ali, man. See, the men's soccer team for a guy like Ali is like the Miami Dolphins for us.
And
We're
Ali,
all over him right now. You know what I mean?
Ali, I'm gonna do some talking about some soccer with you. Too.
I mean, we get pretty far, but we just haven't won it yet. I don't think we've ever won a World Cup, and I don't think have we won a gold medal as in the Olympics.
I don't. I mean,
I don't
not in
think
my
we have,
lifetime
dude.
that I can remember.
Shout out Ali and Moss. We'll have defer on them on the soccer information.
Yeah,
I can
mean,
personally say I
can
don't
look it up
remember
real
in my
quick, but
lifetime
just
us
from
ever
what
winning a
I've
medal.
known, it's we haven't, and it's because, I mean, dude, these teams, these soccer teams around the world, I mean, these guys are just phenomenal at soccer, but they've been playing it. It's like the only sport they play. I mean, it's a very easy sport. All you need is a ball, essentially, and the goalie, you could just have an area. You don't even necessarily need a net. So really all you need is just a ball to play. So you got the poorest of places.
Or as we did when we started playing soccer over here in America, the skull of your enemy works well too.
Like we used to do it in freaking Prince of Persia days, and my homies the
no, this was post Civil War, and then and then their toes were hurting, so they decided to blow up.
Doesn't, you got to round it out a little bit.
Well, yeah, it was hurting their toes. It was hurting their toes, so they blew up a cow's bladder.
Sand it a little bit. So the
bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
That's why, even though they call it a pigskin, they're made out of leather because originally it was a cow's bladder, not a pig.
It puts the leather on the ball.
Mr. Treehorn treats objects like women, man.
And then one day, a guy that was probably an ancestor of Culler picked up the ball and threw it down the field at the end of a game, and they won the game, and it caused a big argument, but they ended up letting the play stand, and that's how the forward pass was born.
I call bullshit on that.
The forward pass? What the hell is a forward pass?
There was a game, and it was down to the wire, and they had to get a bunch of, they had a bunch of yards to go for a touchdown, and the kid picked up the ball and threw it to somebody down the field. They scored a touchdown, won the game. It caused a big argument in the league, in this, the collegiate league they had, and eventually they ruled that to let the play stand, and that is when the forward pass was born.
That's funny.
Culler, I want to side note that I want to talk to you about that.
Sure.
After the.
That's funny you mentioned something like that, because when I was in fourth grade, we were playing some kind of we had a football and there was a line, and we had to like throw it to the other side and like try to run it back. I forgot exactly how the game went, but I remember I was just standing there, and someone threw the ball at me, and it, like, I had my arms like this, and it landed in my arms. And I'm like, oh shit. So I started running, and I like scored.
Is that game where you could do both, pick it up and kick it? It was like, I think we called it Gator Ball in school.
I don't remember.
Is that the game you're talking about?
I don't remember. But I just remember playing it, and then that event happening, because it was just like I was just standing there, and I have pretty good reflexes. I think that's why I was able to hold on to it after it hit me. But we kind of won the game because it accidentally landed in my
ball
hands,
magnet.
and I
you're like Tyreek Hill. You're a ball.
And once
magnet.
I had it, dude, I was gone, dude.
You're just like Tyreek. You like catching pretty balls. Sorry, that was a joke on Tyreek, not you, bro.
Daddy, chill.
Yeah, exactly. So what we got next up? Yeah, this is interesting, and this is actually the first time I've actually seen the NFL be progressive on their own. Like, it didn't take some event to happen or some kind of protest or anything. They're just
to throw a little bit. They are having a lawsuit from an ex-coach, our ex-head coach, is suing the Dolphins and a couple of other, well, not the Dolphins in relation to that, but in the lawsuit, he accuses our owner asking him to throw games. And then the other part of the lawsuit with the Giants, and I forget the other team right now offhand, but the Giants and another team, them exploiting the Rooney Rule. So this
but hold on,
is
for a quarterback coach or a head coach?
Well, it's for a head coach, but
that's what I mean.
The league meetings just finished up. A lot of good stuff's coming out now.
But that's what I mean. Like, this is specifically for a quarterback coach. This isn't for a head coach. So that's why to me, it looks like the NFL is acting on their own, trying to be progressive when it comes to this. Maybe it's a reactive decision, but as far as just paying attention to the NFL and teams and events and things going on with the league, this is an action that I've seen them this is like from their own standpoint doing it, not as a reaction. So, and it was, I think it's interesting. I think that they're trying to get on the right side of things. Especially with Kaepernick doing all these practices. I don't know if I want him to be ahead of Derek Carr on the Raiders, but I want to see Kaepernick back in the league. But I think the NFL is starting to see, progressive ways and how to achieve that. And if it helps, it helps. But I don't know. To me, it just seemed like this is them acting on their own accord instead of something happening first and they're going to react to it. It's interesting. I mean, we've seen a lot of changes. I mean, we've seen so many changes in sports in this country over the past couple of years. It's awesome. It's phenomenal. And I think that people are starting to realize that they need to make these changes if they want to stay relevant.
I think another big help would be if you're going to sign a coach to a 5-year contract, you're bad. Unless you're talking about like, a violence issue or something really, really bad, like, breaking the law and whatnot. The NFL's got to hold these owners accountable for these contracts that they sign and then abandon on a whim because of whatever reason. That would be a big help too.
That's why they call the league a slave or whatever the term they use for the league when it comes to those types of contracts.
I mean, I know they absolve themselves of the contracts because they buy it out, but it's like, I mean, that does no good for anybody.
Yeah,
in other words, if a let's say if an organization wants to play that game where they're, where they're giving somebody a faux opportunity and they go and sign a 5-year contract, well, you're bad. You know what I mean? Or you should be able to be because that would force people to be upfront. Yeah, we're only going to put you on a 2-year contract. Guess what? Even if you prove to be better, we still may fire you. Okay, a coach can operate on that. A coach can adjust what he plans to do. You know what I mean? It's like you sign a guy to a 5-year contract, you fire him after the 2nd year when he actually turned your team around and was successful, or after the 3rd year. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know too much.
It makes somebody think twice about giving somebody a faux opportunity. You know what I mean?
Well,
or at least it would be spelled out in the contract
right now. I mean, this type of behavior was only going to go on for so long. I mean, that's why they're in lawsuits right now. There's,
right. And what I'm saying isn't a cure-all, but boy, would it knock a dent in the situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe owners would just say, you know what? It's too much. It's too complicated to cover up now. You know what I mean?
Well, it might be. I mean, social media it makes everything exponential because
the disrespectful part to those coaches is that they're not upfront with them. If you're saying, hey, I'm only hiring you because you're black and I'm only going to give you 2 years. Hey, if a coach signs to that, it's not disrespectful and it's not degrading. He signed to it. But at least he can say no to that and say, no, you're not going to degrade me that way. They don't even have a chance. You know, they don't even have a chance walking in. There's no way to know. There's absolutely no way to know if you're a black coach, whether you're actually being given a real opportunity or not. And that's got to be a pretty shitty feeling going in as why am I different than any other American? Why should I have that feeling walking into a situation? Are they really giving me a real chance here or blah, blah, blah?
I mean, I don't know. It sounds like they would have a lot more trouble saying we're only going to hire you because of this.
But that's the side effect of things like affirmative action, because a person that was given an opportunity simply because of affirmative action has to have that on their mind. And it's not fair to them.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Rooney Rule is just to get people.
I know.
Just to get them interviewed.
I'm not an advocate for getting rid of it. I'm just saying there's some things we can do to tweak it that would really actually be practically beneficial, like the contract thing I was talking about. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know. They got to start somewhere, and you got to take small steps at a time, because places, big leagues like this, they take a while to make decisions.
And look, Darth makes a good point. Coaches' contracts are different. They get paid fully. Yeah, I get that. But again, everything's not always about money. If it was, Flores wouldn't have flown off the handle and sued everybody. He wanted to coach.
I've seen some head coaches' contracts have more emphasis on postseason than regular season.
Right.
I think it was for the Jets one time, their head coach, they said, look, if you get us to the playoffs, that's when you're going to start making more money. But if you don't get us to the playoffs, you're only going to make this much money.
Right.
So, which is fine by me. I don't see a problem with that at all. And if, what you're asserting to is saying, have more clarity and more transparency, I think that would be good too. But just saying, hey, we're hiring you because you're black, like, that's not going to go over well either.
Well, no, of course not. But at least it's more respectable than backdooring it.
Yeah. Well, I see this as a step in the right direction.
One would be slapping the guy in the face. The other would be like, pissing down his leg, telling him it's raining, and then fucking him in the ass. Oh, never mind. I'll stop.
And we're off the
I mean, they don't even get the common courtesy. You know what I mean?
I could see it's like mutant Culler, and then you see him in the background screaming and yelling, and you can't hear him. And then put a little technical difficulties of a dog chewing on a cord, technical difficulties. It's just a little happy dog chewing on a cord, and you're back there screaming and yelling and kicking shit. And then they turn it back on the camera and everything's destroyed. You're just so.
Introducing ourselves. I am Hans.
I'm Franz.
And we want to pump you up.
That's when Saturday Night Live was actually.
Oh, I'm telling you. Hans and Franz.
That was when Saturday Night Live was actually.
Classic.
Good. When they had
We're here to fins you up.
We want to pump you up. Yeah, and I had the article up about this, and I actually deleted it. And what I was looking at, I couldn't get the article back, but I forgot the person that was starting. Billie Jean King or something like that is the lady behind this. But they're really trying to start a women's hockey league. I know a lot of women are fans of hockey, but I didn't know a lot of women like to actually play hockey. I've never even seen a female hockey player. I had no idea that there was even a market for female hockey players. I'm all good for it. It was a total shock to me. That's why I brought this article on. I was like, female hockey, okay. I mean, if they got the players for it, if they got the women that want to play it, Are they going to have the same rules? Like, can the women beat the hell out of each other? Like, are they going to have it? Are they going to have enforcers?
Tell us. Get to the heart of what you're really after. Tell us, Tonk. We know what you really want.
Is there going to be?
Yeah, give it up, bro. What are you talking about?
Should we throw some mud on the ice too?
No,
yeah,
I'm a fan.
throw some mud on the ice.
I'm a fan. But it's just like, what the heck is like how are the rules going to go for this? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just haven't seen. I have never heard of a maybe
I guess they're allowed
hockey.
to fight.
I think I've known some. It was like in younger days when we had a lot of women, and like when I used to play baseball as a little young kid, I had a lot of women on my team, like little league. So I've seen that with like street hockey, but I've never seen it like professional on ice. So very interesting. I mean, I wonder if they're going to be successful. I mean, we've already got the infrastructure for it. We got lots of, ice rinks and lots of professional players that could be coaches or, but yeah,
what
a
if
whole
they start
league.
like when they fight? What if they start slashing each other with their fingernails?
Like, are they going to really allow that? Oh, Canadian women hockey. I just never. I don't know. I just never. I guess I've never seen it before. I guess I didn't watch because I don't really ever watch that much Winter Olympics. As far as Winter Olympics, I'm more of like an X Games kind of person. But maybe that's where they have it. I mean, it makes sense. And
well, yeah, they have women's. Yeah, they have women's hockey in the Olympics. Now that I
didn't even know that. Sure. Honestly, I didn't even know that. So I mean, hey, if they can get enough players and more power to them, I'm interested to see how that pans out. Probably get a lot of the Canadian Hockey League players to come down here, maybe. Because
right.
I've yet to know of a what female hockey player my whole life. I've yet to even see one in person.
I mean, back in the 80s, back in the early 80s, we had a women's hockey team in the Olympics. They were called Russia.
Huh. They were called Russia. You mean they're Russia? There was a Russian team.
Well, I'm still talking shit on the only time we ever beat Russia in the Olympics. So I'm still riding on that glory.
It was like during like the Cold War.
Yeah.
And it's like, Union, why do they call it the Cold War? What are
you never seen?
Are we ever gonna have a lukewarm war or a hot war or a frozen war? What a Cold War? Like, do you associate war with something warm? I don't know. It's a Cold War.
It's a war. It's a war strictly of espionage and propaganda.
In Russia.
And anywhere.
Where it's like always cold. They got permafrost up there. Haven't
you ever seen War Games, man?
Is that with the little kids?
No, that's with Matthew Broderick.
No, I haven't seen it.
Where
I never really been into like war.
He hacked into NORAD and like started up a game of global thermonuclear war.
I think I saw
it like.
I think when I was in school they put it on and I just went to sleep.
Yeah, and the computer
Whenever
didn't
they put
realize.
Movies on.
Yeah, and the computer didn't know it was a simulation, so it was like
I seen them. I just went to sleep after like 15 minutes.
Oh man, that's a quintessential hackers movie, bro. You can't call yourself a geek without watching that movie, bro.
I didn't know I was calling myself a geek.
Well, one could not call themselves a geek.
I'll leave that all up to you, caller. You could geek out, dude. If you know what I mean.
It was actually on yesterday, and I watched it, so that's kind of ironic.
I was on the plane. It was on the in-flight movie. I had it with my peanuts.
Peanuts? Peanuts? Yeah. I'll be lucky if I could get some pretzels.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. Now you're talking. This is worth first class all the way just for the pretzels. Yeah. So this article is a little bit, at first I was, what are you talking about? I thought the MLB was criticizing the teams for having female employees. No, it's for the facilities that are available for the female employees. And an example would be like this company I worked for in Portland was very progressive when it came to having female employees. We had like in the office, they actually had rooms that you could either nap in, or if a woman had her child with her, she could breastfeed. That would be a participation effort for a teen, would be to have areas for, like, you'll see it sometimes in airports, you'll see breastfeeding area.
Yeah, we
Or
used to call them restrooms, but I don't know what they call them
well,
these
it's a little
days.
bit dirty in there. I mean, you need to have it just for this. I mean,
I would hope not.
Um,
Bathroom's probably the cleanest place on the earth, like in an airport.
I wouldn't want to be breastfeeding.
Well, they're constantly wiping it down,
Yeah, but I don't.
No, look, watch Mythbusters. They did this study, bro.
Oh yeah, Mythbusters did it.
Oh yeah. They found more fecal material on the toothbrush sitting in their kitchen than they did in the bathroom next to the toilet.
Well, that's what they get for brushing their teeth in the kitchen.
Agreed. That's what they get for frying up
That's
shit.
what they get for brushing their teeth with their butts. What are you talking about? There's fecal matter on their fucking toothbrush, bro.
Just all you gotta do is close the lid. That's what you get for flushing with the lid open.
Fucker, you got
Close
shit
the
on your
fucking
toothbrush
lid.
more, dude.
Oh man, I immediately
Close the
regret
lid.
saying that.
Close the lid, dude.
What's that?
All you gotta do
Brushing
is
their
close the
teeth with their butts, dude.
I don't know, man. We just come on here. You know what I'm saying? We just come on here and talk topics, and what it turns into is
I'm not the one that did the study, bro. It was Mythbusters, not me.
And I could see the guy going, it's plausible. The guy with the mustache?
Yeah, I can see it too.
He's always like this. Like, no matter what the situation, he's always like,
Yeah, he's like Mr. Clean with a beard.
with a mustache.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, he's got the
And
handlebars. That's right.
No big golden ring. Plausible. Well, should have put your toothbrush in ballistics gel. Just watch one episode, and that would be a good drinking game. Watch an episode of Mythbusters, and every time they say ballistics gel, you have to drink.
Okay.
You
That sounds
never
like a
make
good
it, dude.
game.
Never make it. You get liver poisoning.
You right.
Okay, does it require a ballistics and gel, or does it just count if they say ballistics?
No, ballistics gel, because they use it all the time.
Okay. Yeah,
I
they
like
make everything out of it.
I like to spread it out.
I'm pretty sure their girlfriends are made
I like
out of
ballistics gel on my toast. And
It's clear, like my KY jelly.
Now we're gonna get sued by the Mythbusters because I just said their girlfriends are made out of ballistics gel.
So should we sue or not?
It was a joke.
I think it
for the record.
plausible.
it's plausible.
It's like, oh yeah. It's like all he says the whole episode is
Hey,
plausible.
you notice the end of that meme? Play that again, Chris.
Just have.
Oh yeah! Boom! Look at Stewie at the end.
They just have the guy and the chick do everything, and then they just stand around talking about.
Necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? Probably not. No, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
Oh,
Kids, please do not attempt that at home. Do not attempt that at home. People who survive in the wilderness from drinking pee, they survive because of other things. It's not because they drank their pee.
And they actually evaporate, or they actually can condensate the water out of it and leave the urine as a salty crust around the rest of it. They don't just drink the urine.
Yeah, because if you're having to resort to that, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, I watched the Survivor man do it. He baked his urine in the sun on the beach.
Wild myself. Actually, I did a demonstrative speech from what I learned from Man vs. Wild in my first semester of college.
No kidding.
Bear Grylls. Yeah.
That's who it was, actually. I thought it was Survivor Man, but it was that guy.
Now, Survivor Man is the guy who like goes to an island, he sets up a camera, and he like spends a week there.
Right.
Man versus
it
Wild
was
is he's
the
in
other
a
guy.
place
It was
and
the
he
guy
tries-
you just said. It was the
Yeah.
guy you
I
just
mean,
said.
I knew he was legit when they dropped him in Africa. He ran over, he grabbed a pile of elephant shit, like fresh elephant shit, and he squeezed it and drank the water out of it. I'm like, all right, this guy's the real deal. Okay.
If
Like-
not for nothing, people are watching you because you're drinking water shit.
Is he friends with the Mythbusters?
Will I survive? It's plausible.
I made myself a ballistics cup for my elephant dung.
I drank this elephant shit.
We're gonna make ourselves a ballistics.
No, man
a
versus
ballistics
Wild's way.
orange squeeze made for the contraption of elephant shit to squeeze our juice.
Survivor Man is for like people who don't have a lot of time. No. Man versus Wild is for people who don't have a lot of time. Survivor Man is for people who are trying to binge watch it. Like they're there for the long haul. Like they're willing to do a whole season. Man versus Wild is all right. We're here. We're trying to get the hell out. That's just my take on.
Yeah, they dropped a bear on the coast of Namibia, and he like immediately found some trash bag that floated up on the shore, and like used it to like condensate the water out of his.
I know. I
urine.
love Bear Grylls, dude. He's like up there with like Steve Irwin for me. I freaking love Bear Grylls. He's so badass, dude. He's so badass, and I like Dual Survivor.
Little salty, but still good.
He's like, I could go for some tea. I remember it was one episode he boiled pine needles, and you get vitamin C out of it. And he's like, oh, that's some good tea.
Oh yeah, and also there's a guy out in there's a Freemason out in Wickenburg, Arizona, that was running Jeep tours out in the desert, and he's like a survival type guy, and like he showed us how to like get water out of a jumping cholla, like burning the needles off and then like getting the water out of it.
The stuff I've done out in the wilderness since, living out here now, a lot of people can't do. Like when I've talked to people about it, they're like, that's what you did? Like, they're like, how did you know where to go, what to do? I'm just like, I just know what to do. I don't know. I've always been
science.
I just always known stuff like this. Because I mean, you go out there and you have no cell phone service, no nothing. Like you can't mess around, or you will get lost or stranded. And I went out there knowing that I could get lost or stranded, so I was always prepared for it.
Right.
But yeah, it takes a
as long as you're prepared and got everything you need, you'll be fine.
Oh, always, dude. Always.
Because I think a lot of people like could just naturally figure stuff out if they have the equipment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's really cool when, I don't know, when you can go do stuff like that, because there's so much wilderness out here and so much deep woods and nature. But
yeah, this guy actually took the whenever the he used to work as a contractor for the government. Whenever they would land a capsule back in the day, and it would land out there in the middle of Arizona in the desert, he would actually guide. He was the guide they would go to take him out there and track down the capsule. The space capsule.
Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting.
Pretty cool gig.
So before we do your rundown, Rapid Culler.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out I wore this shirt for Memorial Day yesterday. I actually bought this I just went to when the Rays were in town playing Seattle. I went to the game. I was like, I don't know, a month ago, and they were selling these T-shirts. So I bought one. Happy Memorial Day to our soldiers, our fallen soldiers, prisoners of war. I wear this black bracelet right here. It's a prisoner of war missing in action. We got war going on right now. And I grew up in VFWs and Moose Lodges and American Legions. So I was always around, people who served in the military. And I just wanted to say Happy Memorial Day to all of our soldiers out there, people who are active duty, people who are retired, people who passed away. And thank you for your service. And I hope that, I hope we're in less and less wars in the future so our soldiers can stay healthy. They go through a lot. Some of the tours I've met, I've gone to school with people who went to multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they're just not the same anymore. And I don't even want to imagine what they've had to go through. And I'm glad that we have a lot of programs in this country for veterans. So, there's a lot of help out there. And same with our police, people who put their lives on the line too. I always try to show respect to cops whenever I see them too, but military cops, people who are out there putting their lives on the line. So thank you for your service. I try to fight the good fight too. And I'm happy to be here.
I didn't get a chance yesterday because I was on vacation out there too. So yeah, same. I didn't get a chance to thank all the soldiers, veterans, anybody in the cause of freedom over the years. Watched Band of Brothers marathon.
Oh yeah, that
I do every year around this time. So it was pretty. It's definitely something we always have to remember, because we wouldn't be here to talk about our Miami Dolphins without these people.
See this? This is my boomstick.
That's right.
I remember watching that movie. We were in 9th grade at his grandparents' house, and we were staying in a trailer at his grandparents' house. And we'd stay up all night making Steve Irwin videos. Chris, I've been asking you for 5 years, 10 years now to get those videotapes, dude.
I don't know where they are, man. You got
your mom and dad know.
They got
crikey. Those are some funny tapes.
So you have no idea how much crap I would do with just being Brent or my sister or something like. I've got so many of them, man. Like
we used to make videos like where we were like Steve Irwin. And we're filming some, and then this was before he died.
Yeah, this is.
I was gonna say, ain't that too soon?
It was before. He would get attacked.
Yeah, we had to put him to rest.
His kids are grown and millionaires off his name now. It's not too soon.
We were dying as Steve Irwin long before.
Sure is a ding dang of a hold down. This is a hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny.
Oh yeah, and real quick, California says Saving Private Ryan, probably best war movie I've seen. It's not a small coincidence that Band of Brothers was produced by Tom Hanks. No small coincidence.
What's up, Darth Logan, Moss Fan Sports, Finsanity. Let's see, California, Jay.
We got Finsanity in the room. Yo, Finsanity, welcome. Finn's Tailgate. I don't think it might be the first time I've seen you in our chat. Maybe
she's new for my show, anyways. Thank you for joining, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome.
I don't know how long you've been watching, but thank you for tuning in. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for being here. I've gotten some really nice compliments about our show, and I'm glad that I can bring something that you guys really enjoy listening to and watching. I try to present, I really try to do a good job at this. I really enjoy it, and I'm glad that you guys are here to enjoy it with me. So what we got for you got Rapid Color tonight?
Oh yes, I do. I got a couple stories throughout the they're gonna be all NFL related, it looks like, tonight. I just
Memorial
got
Day is for all wars. Moss.
What's that?
He asked Moss asked about Memorial Day. It's pretty much for all wars veterans.
Yeah, well, we have Veterans Day, but we also have Memorial Day, which is pretty much, I mean,
it's for more fallen soldiers or wounded soldiers and stuff like that. It's memorializing those that paid Purple sacrifices in war.
Right. It's about the sacrifice of it. Yeah. Whereas Veterans Day is about the service of it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Nice.
Insanity.
So what we got,
got
man?
we got a couple oddballs tonight, and then I'm going to end with Sports Illustrated's 100. Well, not all 100 of them, but I'll list a few of their 100 bold predictions for 2022. But first, we got Daniela Perez posting about 3 hours, a little longer than 3 hours ago on SI. Longtime partner of Mark Rippon sues former NFL QB for alleged abuse. So apparently Daniela Wade, the partner of former NFL quarterback Mark Rippon, has filed a lawsuit against Rippon seeking damages for continuing acts of domestic violence, assault, false imprisonment, and battery. A lawsuit filed in the Superior Court, State of Washington, County of Spokane, says. I'm only pointing that out because, I mean, there's nothing saying anything about why he's been abusive and all that, because obviously it's a complex issue. But, you know, just to throw the reminder out there that, you know, these guys take a lot of shots to the head, and, you know, we really need to keep awareness up for that kind of thing. Not saying that had anything to do with his actions or anything in this particular case. It's just we continue to see these stories of current and former NFL players that, you know, have issues with handling their emotions when it comes to their significant others. So just wanted to point that out. Mark Rippon's getting sued by his partner there. And then you got apparently Aaron Donald, according to Joseph Salvador at SI, says Aaron Donald is at peace with potential retirement amid contract talks. While appearing on the I Am Athlete podcast, Rams star Aaron Donald brought up his current contract negotiations. Donald hinted that if he and Los Angeles can't agree on a deal, he's willing to retire.
Yeah, and he just signed to Donda Sports too.
Yeah. Did he?
Yeah. But it's weird how you make that comment. Like, why would you sign to Donda Sports if you're so willing to retire? Like, what's the point?
Well, he says, quote, "I'm happy. I'm fine. I don't need to play. The thing is, I don't need to play football to be fine," Donald said. "I was blessed to play this game, to make the money I made, the accomplishments I made in 8 years. I'm complete. If I could win another one, that's great. But if not, I'm at peace."
I think he's 31, California.
You know, not everything's always about.
No,
you know,
and I mean, we're seeing it more and more nowadays, you know, players retiring. I mean, if they're good with money, they've made, you know, $20-30 million. You don't need to keep working. And I mean, it's less shots. And I won't be mad that they honestly, he was a big reason why they beat the Bucks. So if the Bucks don't have to go through Aaron Donald anymore, I ain't mad about that.
And according to the same article, he still has 3 more years on a 6-year, $135 million contract he signed in 2018. And according to after an interview with Rodney Harrison, Harrison reported that Donald told him he was seriously considering retirement after the big game. So there you go. You know,
I mean, that's a lot of.
Is there any amount of money that would entice him to stay around?
I mean, probably.
Mr. Greer, just wondering. Hint, hint.
Just have Kanye West talk for him.
So either case, that's what's going on in the world of Aaron Donald. There was another report to follow that up that said that he's looking at probably, or I'll get to that in a second, actually, because it's part of those bold predictions. But on another note of news, Joseph Salvador also reports that Colorado District Attorney has dismissed all charges against Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. The district attorney for Arapahoe County in Colorado, I was just out there, that same county, well, has filed a motion to dismiss all charges against Jeudy per ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Broncos wide receiver was charged with second-degree criminal tampering with a domestic violence enhancer on May 12th. I think he rigged his girlfriend's car or something to the effect. Quote, "After reviewing the evidence, I always believed that no crime had been committed and all charges would be dismissed," Judy's attorney, Harvey Steinberg, said. Deputies arrived at an address in the county after a woman who has a 1-month-old child with Jeudy called the authorities to keep the peace during an altercation. According to an affidavit obtained by KDVR TV in Denver, the woman stated that things got crazy between her and Judy, and he put her wallet, medical paperwork for their child, and the baby's car seat in his car, preventing her from getting access to the items. Oh, that seems kind of whatever. So Judy confirmed the woman's claim to deputies, saying she took one of his 3 phones and would not give it back. So yeah, we're talking about tit for tat here between 2 adults. That's real classy, guys. Anyway, get back to football, Jerry Judy. You know, lest our cornerbacks have to make you look foolish. So anyway, any comments on that particular one, Tonk, before I move on to the next article?
No, I mean, hopefully the reason why he dropped it, I saw that article too. I mean, hopefully there's really good reasons to drop it.
It seems petty to me, like, on both sides. It seems like the district attorney was like, y'all need to get out of the sandbox and start acting like adults.
Yeah, but I mean, what was he doing messing with the chick's car? Like, what is going on with
nothing? Didn't have to do with the car. He just took stuff like that was sort of quasi hers belongings and put them in. But
didn't you say at the beginning he messed with her car?
That's what the original report from a few weeks ago was unclear what he had done, and all we had to go on was the charge itself, which was criminal tampering with a domestic violence enhancer. You know what I mean? The only thing we could garner from that was that he either blocked her from getting in the car or, clipped her brakes or something, or ignition, so she couldn't go anywhere. That was the only thing we had to go on. But it looks like it was just
domestic violence.
Hers.
Domestic violence and NFL players is not something unheard,
right? And I think that's probably what they determined was like, yeah, there was no actual this is I mean, it just didn't go anywhere, So back to football in Denver, Either case, so Kyle Trask over in Tampa Bay reacts to Tom Brady's changing his mind on retirement. So according to also Joseph Salvador, wow, he's been busy today. Like the rest of sports and world, Buccaneers backup Kyle Trask was shocked when Tom Brady ended his short retirement. He's the guy that's next in line there in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, he played for Florida.
Right. Before that day, he was going to be competing for the starting spot along with Blaine Gabbert. But now he once again finds himself in a position where he may not take a single snap during the regular season. When asked about the likelihood of spending another full season on the bench, Trask reacted with a shoulder shrug. I don't really look at it like that, Trask said. He, Brady, had his own situation, and he made whatever decision he felt was best for the point he was at in his career, and I'm just excited to be here playing football. I'm able to take really good reps here at OTAs, competing out here, and all I can do is keep getting better, end quote. Yeah, sounds like somebody that doesn't want to take the reins. Another regular old quarterback, right? What do you think? Back up by the end of next year?
I mean, yeah, he probably
traded.
It's not like it was like what, a month?
I'd be like, this guy Brady's playing games with me. Get me out of here.
It was like a month between Brady retiring and then saying he's coming back. I mean, it wasn't that long a time. It was like a month.
I know, but you know what I mean? This guy's trying to start his young career.
Yeah.
And he's got to deal with this 45-year-old dude on and off football.
He's got to deal with the best quarterback ever.
Right. How's that fair to him? You got to get me out of here. Now, if he doesn't feel that way, then obviously he doesn't necessarily feel that his career's has any value to it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it from both sides. I can see him starting to get frustrated about it, but then at the same time, he has a little bit longer to work with.
Yeah, but how much more longer you want?
I don't know. I mean,
if I was an NFL quarterback, I'd be like, give me the damn ball.
How mad can you get when you're still making money?
Well, I guess,
and you don't have to play. Like, I'll take what he's saying into consideration, but at the same time, you're getting paid to sit down.
Right, so right. But that goes to what I'm saying. He just doesn't have the eye of the tiger. Like I'm okay making the millions.
Aaron Rodgers had to deal with that with Brett Favre.
Brett Favre, yeah.
I mean,
Mahomes a little bit, but they didn't keep him there that long. It's more just the inconsistency. It's like, Brady, make up your mind already. You know what I mean?
Steve Young had to do it with Montana. I mean, it's just part of the game. I mean,
but when these guys decided to leave, that was it. There wasn't a month later, now I'm back.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's you just gotta. I mean,
well, there is one.
I don't know if he's really. I don't think I've seen him actually play.
He could solve the problem by beating Brady out in training camp.
Yeah, good luck with that. Have you seen the video of Brady throwing the ball into the machine?
No, lately.
No, I think it was last season. Like it was like a video clip. It was the machine where you put the ball in and it shoots it out. He was throwing it into the machine. Like
that's cool.
It's just like, damn, dude.
That's cool.
Like it was a couple different shots he was doing, but he did one right into the machine. It's like, and I mean, who knows how many takes they took, but I don't know. A Big Papa, it looked really real to me. I don't know how many takes they took, but it didn't look fake. It didn't look fake to me. And for Brady to be doing it, it doesn't surprise me that he could do that. I mean, he literally makes players better just by being, just by throwing to them. But I mean, hey, if you got to sit bench to the best quarterback to ever play, well, I can only feel so bad for you to get paid. I mean, if you're not playing and you're getting paid, it means you're not taking hits. You're not suscepting yourself to danger.
Yeah,
so,
I guess you're right. I forget that the very guy we're talking about is playing at 45 years old, so it's not like Trask has really
Well, it was like when you brought up
any time.
It was like when you brought up, I think our last episode with what's his name, who plays in the Titans.
Tannehill?
Yeah, and then they drafted a quarterback, I think.
Right, Malik Willis, yeah. Was it Malik Willis?
So they're asking Tannehill, hey, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? I mean, we all know that quarterback is a very competitive position. It might be the most competitive position in football, maybe in sports. You know what I mean? Like, it is the most competitive position. So if you're going up against Tom Brady, you got to be really good to beat him out. So learn from him. I mean, I would just take all these situations as learning experiences. You're getting paid. Who doesn't want to get paid to learn? I mean, shit, man. I think it's almost a privilege to be able to have Tom Brady on your team for another year. I mean, I don't know how good of a mentor he is. I have no idea, but learn from watching. I mean, I don't know. I would look at this position. What can I do to improve myself? I don't have to play. I'm getting paid, and I have the best quarterback to ever do it playing. So I'm going to watch him. I'm going to learn.
He seems like the type that wouldn't offer anything, but if you asked him, he wouldn't feel threatened by answering the question fully. You know what I mean?
No, hell no. And like at the same time, watch his routine. I mean, the guy is playing so well at 45 because he is totally 100% about his routine. How he gets up in the morning, how he does this, how everything. That's probably why he hasn't been able to leave the league probably yet, because that routine will go away. He probably is like, look, I can't get rid of this routine yet.
What he is.
Yeah, it's what he
literally
is. Like,
what he is.
He just outworks the competition. So I mean, learn from that shit, dude. Like, you got the best opportunity on the planet right now to learn from Tom Brady. Even if, because if Tom Brady's there, he can be there. It's not like he can't be in the same field learning. You know what I'm saying? I would get there at the same damn time. Like, it's like, that's badass, dude. Like, it's a privilege, honestly. Like, oh shit, you got to sit a little bit longer, but man, there's so much you can learn just on how he works. It's just alone, his work ethic alone.
ourselves. I am Hans.
I'm Franz.
And we want to pump you up.
It's looking awfully cold in Tampa these days.
Sometimes I forget Chris is back there.
So on that note, talking about the same building there, it looks like Brady's going to have one less receiver to throw to that he was throwing to last year, because the Buccaneers, according to SI's Zach Coons, the Buccaneers have released wide receiver Travis Johnson following his arrest for driving under the influence Monday. Coach Todd Bowles announced Tuesday.
And it's, it's funny that you mentioned that, because we just had a person die in Texas, Jeff Gladney.
Yep, and his girlfriend is also now passed away in that story. I was going to report that one too.
Look,
I decided not.
We've all made stupid decisions. I will not say that I'm perfect and never made a decision behind the wheel, but
Bowles said Johnson.
You got to be better than that. You got to really be better than that. You
Yeah,
got to
absolutely.
know what the hell you're doing. Take an Uber,
what's
dude.
wrong with? I mean, these guys. I thought we gave them millions of dollars so they could afford Uber.
I mean, it's no one's gonna mess with your car. Like I don't know. Take a freaking Uber. Like DUIs are one of the most preventative crimes on the planet. It's so easy to not drive a car after you've been drinking. Take an Uber, or if you're in a situation, figure out so you don't have to drive, or get a DD.
So Bowles said
hire a DD.
Johnson is no longer with the team after he was charged with a DUI following the incident Monday morning.
I mean, hey,
so they've let him go.
It deservedly so. I mean, it's so easy to not mess up like that. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect. You know what I mean? But I've done very well at knowing myself and being careful when it comes to stuff like that.
So that all being said, do you think Miami should pursue him?
I don't necessarily have a problem with him going to another team. I would let him bounce around a little bit first. If he goes right to another team, I think that's more of a him benefiting from getting a DUI, or I can't think of the word, where it's like like he got something good out of a DUI. Awarding him. I think that would be more of an award if he got another team immediately. I think he should float around a little bit and go through this before they, get signed to another team. Like, did you learn your lesson? Is this going to happen again? And I mean, especially with the death of that one player, and then what happened to Dwayne Haskins. Like, come on, man. Like, this should be a problem. Like, you should know better. You should do better. You're supposed to be. We need you to be a leader. Like, it's DUIs. It's such an easy thing to not get. I mean,
Man, this chocolate bar is delicious.
Oh, yeah, I love peanut butter.
I'm Officer Reese's. What happened here?
He got peanut butter on my chocolate. He got chocolate in my peanut butter.
What do you like? What do you like? Put in the search engine. Like, how do you find these clips? Like, what do you like? What clip? Like, what?
Half of them are up here playing on a loop anyhow.
I told you guys. I told you he gets all hopped up on Family Guy and Reddit. What did I tell you? I told you and I told you. I've been knowing the dude. I've been knowing the
Groovy.
This is me, Capitan, and two of my other one of my cousins and my friend. We were like in middle school in this picture. So when I tell you I know what I'm talking about,
I have bleach blonde hair in there, and if you'd have caught me in pictures at a different time, I had them braided at one time.
I had it too, but mine had been a little longer, so it kind of like browned out. Yours was way more fresh though.
Yeah, I just went.
That was an awesome day.
Yeah,
that was an awesome freaking day.
As we went fishing on Beer Can Island, that was awesome.
Yeah,
we were playing football. we were playing football on Beer Can Island. We had all our fishing poles in the rocks on the thing, and a school of sharks came by with a bunch of bonita and amberjacks behind them, and every fishing pole we had went thunk, thunk, thunk. they all went flying. Like they got pulled out. They're like dragging through the water. All these kids are running. They're scattered, grabbing fishing poles. We all caught a bunch. It was pretty awesome. Then we did the smart thing. After catching all the fish, we took them bleeding and swam across the water with them and got it back out over the inlet and shit like that. Meanwhile, there's sharks everywhere. So,
dude, we were worried about that, dude.
Yeah, I needed to get that fish over there, bro. It was gonna get, tide was coming in eventually.
Yeah, that was an awesome day. That was an awesome day. Shout out to my mom. Rest in peace, Holly Jean. She was the one that took us that day. She was always. My mom was the coolest mom, and we had that day because of her.
That's hilarious.
What, Island Boys or what I said?
The Island Boys. That's hilarious.
Yeah. We're the Island Boys before the Island Boys.
Every now and again.
Yeah. Hey, Finsanity. I know. I want to also get that same jacket. That jacket is so
Hey, listen,
dope.
everybody should rock the purple jacket on the TFTG.
Yeah, I'll trade you, dude. I'll trade you this hat for your jacket.
No,
are you calling for a uniform at the Finn's tailgate?
No. Okay,
I mean, my birthday is in 8 days, so
I know it is. Your birthday's coming up, so yeah. You know what's funny, Robert? I have that you want to see a dead body.
That's out by where I live.
No, he's talking about the picture of the 4 fucking kids that you just showed him. It looks like that. That's what he said. It's funny because I was literally looking up that scene to clip for the show, but
oh man, the Boynton Inlet, man, Manalapan. For all you non-Eastern South Floridians, Manalapan, Boynton Inlet. Yeah, so and yeah, Evil Dead is a dope ass movie. The remake was pretty good too. I wasn't too happy with how it ended with the brother and sister, but it was definitely fucking gory. Yeah, so
Culler, is that it for your rapid?
I got one more.
Okay. Sorry, Culler. Didn't mean to take
that's
it away.
okay. It's okay. So this one's a little, I'm actually running through it because there's 100 of them, and I was trying to find some pertinent ones that might apply, or might be correlated with the Dolphins here. So SI has released their list of 100, what does it say? 100 bold predictions for the 2022 NFL season. Here's a couple of the headlines. The Bills will be in Super Bowl, what is that, 52? No, 62 or 57. Plus, Lamar Jackson is back in MVP talk. Gronk's final season is a good one. Daniel Jones will win an award. Sean Payton returns to coaching. Aaron Donald makes $30 million and much more. But there was a couple that stood out to me. Says the Bills will defeat, that's the number one for them. The Bills will defeat the Packers in Super Bowl 57. Okay, whatever.
Is that the next Super Bowl?
Yeah. Here's a good one. Marcus Mariota will finish the season as a top 12 passer in terms of total QBR. I had to laugh at that one.
Holy cow, bro. I had to pop in for that. That's a freaking bold ass take, right?
What?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Marcus Mariota will finish the season as a top 12 passer in terms of total QBR. This is a guy who I don't actually believe belongs in the NFL, but whatever.
He's on Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, because
along with that prediction, they're predicting Kyle Pitts to have like over 200 yards or
Matt
something.
Ryan plays for the Colts now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
The Colts have essentially gone all in this year and next year with the roster currently constructed.
Yep, and that's the number 8 prediction for them is that Matt Ryan will have the best QB rating of all quarterbacks that are in a new location. However, they also go on to predict that Nick Foles will come in and win a game that at the last second for the team. And
for the Colts.
Yeah.
That sucks that like he hasn't done well in like ever since the Super Bowl. I mean, he did. It was like he did so freaking phenomenal in the playoffs and then the Super Bowl, and then he hasn't done nothing ever since.
Yep. And here's a little nugget for Dolphin fans who are a little concerned with what we do in case our quarterback doesn't pan out. Their 14th prediction is, 15th is, where am I at? I lost my place. Sorry, guys. 13th prediction is that by Halloween, we will be obsessing over and largely settled on a number one quarterback prospect. His name is Will Levis out of Kentucky. So write that one down, ladies and gentlemen. Will Levis
so
out of
he
Kentucky.
was because Kentucky did rather well this season.
Yeah.
Will Levis.
They also predict that Giants QB Daniel Jones will win NFL Comeback Player of the Year. That's not actually that's bold, but not.
These are a lot of bold predictions.
Yeah. The Eagles will win the NFC East. Not too bold.
Well, the NFC East is always a toss-up. You never really know who's going to win. I mean, the Washington team won it with a losing record. Dallas would do good, and then it do crappy because that's how they do it in Dallas. And the owner would be like, oh, blame it on this person and blame it on that person. When
they're predicting that Taylor Swift will headline Super Bowl 57.
Okay, I mean that's not necessarily a prediction, but
here's a good one. Tom Brady will throw for fewer than 35 touchdowns.
Now I like stuff like that. I like these bold predictions actually a lot. They're really good topics to talk about because I don't know what his record was last season. And are you talking about totally or only in the regular season?
Regular season, I think. He said, his explanation.
So you're talking probably all these are just for the regular season.
Yeah.
Because you said win the NFC East, that's a regular season accomplishment.
Yeah, his explanation is doubting the greatest player in NFL history. What could go wrong? Just so this doesn't get lobbed up for someone to dunk on me, the Buccaneers will be a dominant run-heavy team in 2022, allowing Brady to be more of a table setter.
I mean, that sounds like Todd Bowles is just making it his team. Bruce Arians was definitely way more of a quarterback coach than Todd Bowles is. That seems like a Todd Bowles routine, because he's more of a defensive coach,
right?
Than Bruce Arians, so
right.
That's more of a defensive play.
They're going to try to be like Flores wanted us to be.
Yeah, it's an offensive. It's an offensive play, but it's like a defensively offensive play. A running back, is you blocking for him and to get him through there, and you have a lot of defense for him, blocking from the defense. So it kind of makes sense that Todd Bowles would want to push that. And
the run game also drains the clock down and it keeps your defense fresh.
Yeah. And I mean, do we have what's his name on the team still? Who is the running back that came from the Jaguars? He played at LSU.
You talking about the Jaguars?
Yeah, he played on the Jaguars.
I thought they have ETN, which
starts with the F.
He played
Fauncoster.
Oh, Leonard Fournette.
Leonard Fournette.
The Buccaneers had Leonard Fournette.
Yes, but the Jaguars
right. Leonard Fournette started with the Jaguars, but he's been in Tampa for the past couple of seasons.
Right. He won a Super Bowl with them.
Right.
But
the Jags have Travis Etienne, who played at Clemson with Trevor Lawrence as quarterback.
To really win with a run offense, it's very challenging to do that, and the running backs get worn out. I mean, I don't know how many more good running backs we have, but I think the way they used Leonard Fournette the season they won the Super Bowl was the proper way to use him. Kind of like in the end zone area, red zone area, or maybe just to get him past the line, get him into a first down.
Well, he's also a halfway decent pass catcher. So if you can get him out in the flat and open space, he can really bruise some people up, which is what he did.
Yeah.
On that note, they're also predicting over in Jacksonville that Trevor Lawrence will make the Pro Bowl as an alternate.
I would love to see
while
that.
also predicting that his running back will have over 1,000 yards rushing this year, Travis Etienne.
Who's the head coach for them now for Jacksonville?
Doug Peterson. And their explanation.
Oh, really?
Right. And here's the explanation for the Pro Bowl prediction. The Jaguars offense was a schematic car crash last year filled with substandard talent. Lawrence will smooth himself out, throw for 28 touchdowns and only 12 interceptions. Sounds about like a Doug Peterson operation to me.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually excited to see that. I was rooting for Trevor Lawrence, and I mean he did really well at Clemson. And it sucks, the fiasco that the Jaguars last season. Like I don't know what the hell's wrong with what's his name? He used to coach for the Gators. I can't think of his name. The head coach that was at Jacksonville and he got fired.
Oh, Urban Meyer. Yeah.
Yeah. Urban Meyer. I don't know. It just like that season was just kind of thrown away because of all that. But Doug Peterson, I'm excited to see Doug Peterson go there. I hope he does well. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I'll root for Jacksonville third when it comes to Florida
totally in
teams.
agreement. And I actually think that's like all they needed there. Really.
I mean, they're third on my list for Florida teams, but I mean, I would love to see them do well. And I mean, they've been bad for so many years.
Oh,
so
I'd roll with Duval all day long before Tampa, man. Are you kidding me?
Tampa.
But, anyway,
it would be nice. It would be nice to see the Jags start stirring it up. And in the AFC South, I mean, we got the Houston Colts, Jags, and Tennessee. So Tennessee's definitely going to be one of the best in that division, but I can't see why the Jacksonville can't be number 2 in that division, maybe number 1. I mean, they played, the Titans twice. If they could win one game and then, beat out the other teams, they might be number 1 or number 2 in that division, maybe even get a playoff, but it's definitely possible.
So they're also right around number 40. They're saying Ezekiel Elliott won't lead the Cowboys running backs in touches this year. I think that's already been happening.
Yeah, he hasn't really. Yeah, they're always talking about feed Zeke. I haven't seen it accomplished very much. I don't know, man. The running back position in NFL is just it just doesn't seem like it's not the same as it used to be when Emmitt Smith was there. When Jerome Bettis was there. You know what I mean? Like or Reggie Bush. It's just, I don't know. It's not, I don't know why, but it's just not the same as it used to be. They don't really what I was saying with Leonard Fournette. They used him only in like specific circumstances. They didn't put too much on him. They kind of used him the way they used Gronk. You know what I mean? Like that's where running backs I've seen do well in the NFL lately is, for a specific type of plays when they're just trying to get the ball moved, either to get a first down or get a touchdown. But as far as depending on them to do so much, I haven't seen it in a long time.
Right. And I think I'm going to end on this last one. I'd encourage you all to go check out the full 100 list. There's some of them are kind of interesting. But at number 56, they're predicting, and this, for all you Mike McDaniel fans out there, everybody, you might want to close your ears. You might want to leave the room for a second. I am not endorsing this statement. This is not from Color Commentary before everybody starts attacking me all over the web. Okay. But at their 56th bold prediction for 2022, the oft-copied outside zone offense will reach its threshold. With nearly 40% of the NFL now running a scheme inspired by Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, we will begin to see its most effective tendencies beaten back by defensive coordinators who have had 3 years to prep to stop it.
So, well, I mean, he
Blown up
came
like
from
the
Kyle,
RPO, ladies and gentlemen.
well, he
We'll see.
came from Kyle Shanahan's training, so it makes sense that
That's
he would
literally
be.
the offensive scheme we're about to change into and implement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
We'll see.
Sounds good to me. I mean,
We'll see.
If that's what he knows,
That's
I mean,
some,
it sounds like
that,
that's what
again,
he knows. If that's what
again,
he
bold
knows,
prediction, and fortune favors the bold. If these defense
I
think
mean,
they got it, bring it.
I want the head coach to use his strong points. If that's what he knows, well, then use it. I mean, if that's what you think you're going to do the best in, fucking do it, man.
Yeah.
You know, let's do it.
Well, it took them about right. It took them about a season and a half to destroy the RPO.
So I just want to touch on a couple of comments here. First one, Jimmy, Reggie Bush, he didn't do anything. He won a Super Bowl with the Saints. So the Saints never won another Super Bowl. And then 2, he was the only player to have in one game have 2 kickoff punt returns for touchdowns. He was the only player to do it. Even with Devin Hester, he was the only player to do it twice in one game. He didn't do anything. He didn't do much except for that, but that's a lot. I mean, like I said, there's the running backs it's just not really a big position from what I've seen. And like what Sean said, that they don't even use fullbacks anymore. Exactly. Last fullback I saw was what? Mike Allstott? I mean, name another fullback besides Mike Allstott.
Yep.
I think
maybe Peyton Manning might have used one in Indianapolis for a minute, you know.
I
but
mean, that was a long time
Allstott.
ago. That was almost 20 years ago. It was 16 years ago.
I mean, you can argue that Juszczyk out in San Francisco is actually a pretty decent, you know, fullback, but they still use him in an all-around role.
Yeah, I mean,
QB,
I mean, running back, I mean, they're still winning Heismans, you know, in college. So it's still a big position in college. But I don't know. And it's interesting why it hasn't, you know, that role hasn't. I mean, maybe it's because they're trying to limit contact. I don't know. I mean, that's a very contact heavy position. You're literally running through the other team. You know, and like it, but I kind of miss it. I mean, I like seeing Mike Allstott. I love seeing Emmitt Smith. And what's his name from the Lions? Barry Sanders. You know what I mean? Besides like Matthew Stafford and who was the wide receiver he threw to? Calvin Johnson. Barry Sanders was really the only other Lion that I can even think of that was really good. I can't think of really any other Lions players besides just what they had within the past 10 years. And then Barry Sanders. Yep. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just like that position is just, I guess it's just how the league is evolving. I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I just think it's evolving. I would like to see it more, but I think as they're trying to make the game safer, running back, fullback is going to become less and less. And, you know,
so real quick, that ends Rapid Color, but I got 2 little bit of kind of breaking news tidbits. Tomorrow they're gonna be announcing the cover.
Well, hold on, let's roll the breaking news thing. Color.
I couldn't find the clip in Tonk's side.
TMI first.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. But I'll jump over to the other one to do it.
Right.
Oh, not gonna put it on mine?
Oh, he will, but he's got to do it temporarily on the other one.
Like news.
Yeah.
Excuse me, like a news alert.
Live breaking news.
Whose voice?
So the NFL will be announcing the new cover of Madden tomorrow. And on the second bit of news, live breaking news, the Albert Wilson, Albert Wilson, former Miami Dolphins wide receiver.
It's Culler doing it, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, that's live, man. In Dolphins news, Albert Wilson has signed with the Minnesota Vikings. So good riddance.
who's
to
Albert Wilson? I don't know
rubbish.
the position he plays.
Former wide receiver for us. He was still hanging around on the roster. So it's kind of a conclusion to the Albert Wilson story for Miami. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, now that we got training camp, football is going to become, we're back to talking. We only had a couple months off, baby. Football is why we all started this freaking tailgate party, the Fins Tailgate Network, where the party never stops unless it's a DUI checkpoint.
Man, this chocolate bar is delicious.
I'm not gonna do the whole thing.
No, we just need the one car. Like you just go.
Well, for that last comment, we had to have the one where Joe's like takes Brian to jail for DUI and then asks anybody else okay to drive, and Peter scoots over and all you hear is beer cans slushing. He's like, yeah, I got it.
If you ain't first, you're last.
And then Joe says, hey, I'll meet you all at the Clam after work. We'll tie one on after he just took Brian to jail for DUI.
The funniest thing I've seen as far as laws and rules to the exception, when COVID hit, especially here in Seattle, all the bars were closed. Everything is closed. Only grocery stores and doctor's offices and, Home Depots and shit like that is open. But they made it so that you could go buy a mixed drink, and take it with you. So they got rid of the law of drinking and, having an open container stuff like that.
Open container law went out the window. You can get a mixed drink at the
like,
bar.
Oh, now it's okay. It's like, oh, because of COVID, now it's okay to I'm not complaining, but it's just funny how as soon as we had a reason,
you gotta zig when they zag, though, dog. You know what I'm saying? You gotta zig when they zag.
Well, I'm not saying go get hammered, but I'm saying
a contagion comes around, and we gotta ask ourselves: are we willing to sacrifice, freedom?
They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
That's Chris when you mentioned vaccine.
He's a woad.
And if I told if this was 2 years ago, when Chris was talking about QAnon,
I know, bro. That shit was insane stuff.
He's like, you don't have COVID.
Listen, we'll talk about that off screen because I got something to say to you about that real quick.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Oh, I'm sure you do.
All right.
Oh man. But yeah. So man, we've gone for what was this? Was this 2.5 hours? So it was.
We were at 2 hours and almost 40 minutes. Yeah.
So it was 2 hours at 8:30. Well, my time. So we're on 2.5 hours tonight, and I could see how we've been on so long because we got different people. We got a whole bunch of people. Not a whole bunch, but the people in the beginning were less commenting than the ones at the end. But hey, I'm glad that we can even go on this long. Obviously we're in some good topics. Obviously we're having good conversations. So, people who actually listen for that long, thank you. I really love this, and I hope, I hope you guys love it too. And I'd like to rapid fire
with you every Tuesday, man.
Yeah, no, man, you got lots of good points, and
we'll be cycling Ali in and out too, from what I understand. So.
Yeah, I don't even think I haven't seen the other shows with him on there. My bad. That's my bad. But I don't even know what he looks like. So he can come on here. Anyways, every Tuesday you got to start it off right with me. Tonk7 TMI Tuesdays, between 9 and 9:30 Eastern. And then Culler commentary Thursdays at 10 p.m. Eastern. He's always got a bunch of different topics. Usually he has people on there with him. So it's like a call-in show. And this is our new show, Ali's Late Night Exhale. I haven't seen it, so it's probably similar to what we got going on here. Sports, news, media situations. And then Capitan, he's always on here Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. He's always got something going on. He likes to call the games during the season too. So if you're looking for someone to, listen to during the games, Capitan does a really good job at that. Fanatics is still our partner. You can find the link below. And then we got our gear too. Sandals, hats, sweaters. This hat's pretty cool. I'm gonna buy another one soon. It's like black and then it's white back here. So it's pretty nice hat. Fits really well too. If you like trucker hats, they got ones that are like regular hats. I don't know what to call it, but this is like the trucker one. So this is like my style, but it's pretty cool. That's our logo. It's official and everything. And that's our new like flag. So we got a logo. Now we got a flag. We're working on that. That might be coming out on things too. I'm not sure. HB is helping with that, Capitan. But yeah, man, we're trying to get, we're just rolling with it, as things come along, different shows come, we got different shows now than we had when we started. And then when football kicks off, more sports, we might have other shows. But yeah, I try to keep it going, during the off season, during the dog days, and we get into some other topics, but that's the point of this show, is to talk about sports, but talk about things that impact sports and talk about things that impact us, and then what we can do. Hopefully, you can learn. Hopefully it motivates you. And I try to be enthusiastic. I try to be helpful and knowledgeable. Culler's always knowledgeable of sports and things of that nature. He's always got a lot of good commentary. And thank you, Bleezy. Yeah, that flag is pretty cool. It's a work in progress, so we'll see how it goes. But it's definitely pretty cool. Capitan is putting a lot into this from the very beginning. I was with him from the very beginning doing it. It was just me and him jumping on there. Had some other people, but he's really put a lot into this. And it's progressed very well. And so I'm really proud of him, and I'm proud to be here. And excuse me. But yeah, so I guess that wraps us up.
To anybody that freaking picks me, dude. I mean, geez, man.
That's CC. CC. And Kerry Collins. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Shit, I haven't heard that name since me and Chris were collecting football cards in like 7th grade. Kerry Collins. That was like 5th grade. He used to play for the Jags. He played for the Jags too. Kerry Collins. He was a quarterback for the Jags years ago.
Panthers.
Oh, is it the Panthers? Say, what's a big cat? It's a cat.
Panthers. It was the Panthers. I got a rookie card, Kerry Collins.
All right. Because I know
tucked away in there.
Yeah, with the videotapes that we'll never see again too. And your dad is watching. Sean Adams, if you're watching, we want those tapes made to digital. Sean Adams, we want the tapes to digital so that we can play those tapes.
Ali making an appearance.
Hey, what's up, man? Nice to meet you.
There you go, Tonk. Now you've seen him.
Now you know. Now you guys
I've talked to you before quite a few times, actually.
Yeah, you've talked to him a couple times. I don't think he's ever seen you, though, because you used to have the icon. You waited to release the beauty of yourself on the Ali exhales.
I mean, you brought it out with the Galactic Empire. I mean, way to start it off, man, I gotta
First impressions are everything, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, dig it.
Yeah.
He's just got him waiting around. He's just got things waiting around.
Yeah,
well, I got plenty of them.
Yeah, sorry about the mess behind me. My house is going through some remodeling. I'm actually building a full-blown man cave. Yeah, I'm doing a studio man cave thing. Dope. And part of it is Star Wars inspired, plus dolphins on one side. So it's gonna be pretty cool, actually.
And I understand you will be having a sneak view of that one day for us.
Yes,
actually, am I not supposed to tell about that?
No, you can. It's okay. On my show, I'm gonna probably take some photos and probably send it to either Chris or Culler or somebody to the show. I'm gonna have some as it gets done.
Come on, I gotta break one every once in a while. Jeez, man.
Yeah, so I live in Seattle right now. I grew up in Florida, and I was born in Georgia. So I got a lot of
whereabouts in Georgia
teams. And then I live in Seattle now, so that's why I got the Seattle Cup. You got to rep for the team, that city you live in. You got to keep it real. If a Florida team is in Seattle, I wear the Florida team stuff. But if
He
I'm seeing
does.
it,
If
I'm
there's a Florida
if I'm
team
going to a game,
playing in Seattle area, Tonk is at the game with
Yeah.
their gear on.
yeah, I'm
representing them.
dealing with the hecklers.
He's
I'm
out there
in
on
it.
the front lines in the Seattle area for all Florida teams.
Yeah, and Seattle
if
fans.
Jacksonville was in Seattle, maybe not Jacksonville, but you might.
But I might go buy a shirt and just do it, dude. I might do it.
Just say fuck you guys.
Not the Seminoles,
But
right?
if it's a Seattle team and somebody else, then I'm there as a Seattle fan. And I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's a good way to be.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was, Finsanity. Yeah, surprised me a little bit too. It burned my eyes a little bit.
I think those Gator flags behind you are starting to burn my eyes a little bit.
Oh,
I know,
they're
right?
badass. They're so beautiful. They're so beautiful.
Well, that's why I asked. You don't rep the Seminoles when they come to Seattle.
Well,
right?
see, that's different. Like,
yeah, exactly. There's a line.
Yeah. I mean,
see, if I tell you who I rep, all the Hurricane fans here are going to come after me, so I can't say nothing. I got to play kosher.
Y'all do it. Who is it? What, UCF?
I was no, not even
Too late, Ali.
Too late. Okay, all right. It's all good. It's all good. I'll tell you. So I was born and raised for 23 years in Ohio. I'm an Ohio State fan.
Oh, Buckeye.
And I do understand the refs screwed that game up, Color. I'm
Speaking
sorry.
of feeding Zeke.
Yeah,
I have got to find my hoodie that says
I like Zeke, but right now
national championship.
I like Zeke, but the guy I like right now is Travion Henderson. I think he's gonna be even better than Zeke when he comes out.
They were just in the playoffs, weren't they? Was it Ohio State in the playoffs?
No, they just missed out because we lost to Michigan. Michigan went for us
in the conference championship.
No, they lost the game before the Big Ten championship. Michigan went on to the Big Ten championship.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I mean, they got a good head coach.
Yeah, Ryan Day is sought after from every NFL team. Like anybody that needed a coach this year, they asked about Ryan Day. But if you know anything about Ohio State's program and the level of winning that they have right now, it's honestly, in my opinion, it's the best. It's the best coaching gig in college right now. You can't beat that. They have,
dude. I'm still mad.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know that it was stupid what he did, but I wish Jim Tressel was coaching again. I think
I mean, Urban did so many worse things, and
exactly.
It's like crazy.
What? It's like every coach was doing what Jim Tressel did. Every coach, players were. You know how much Reggie Bush made when he went to USC, and it's like Jim Tressel's been demoted to half of a coordinator.
I think what upsets me is that some of these kids are making way more than even the kids did back then when stuff like that was going on. It's not even close to the amount of money. You know what I mean?
I know, and the way they blackball Jim Tressel, it's just like, all right, he made a mistake, but it's like he's a really good head coach. I want to see him as a head coach.
Yeah. I think he became a president of a Youngstown University, I think, and he ended up making. I think, from what I understood, he made a lot more money. So I don't think.
I don't know, man. I just
Jim Tressel was cool back in the day. I liked him. He's actually for you Michigan fans out there, he was the one that lit the fire under Ohio State to start beating Michigan every year. So
he won. He was one of the coaches actually win the BCS.
Mm-hmm.
I think he won it in what?
Won against Miami. Against Miami.
Was it 04?
What was that? 04? Was it 04? No. Yeah, it was either 04 or 05.
It never happened. I don't know what year it happened because it never happened.
Color refuses to admit it. Hey, Ohio State won the very first college playoff. We beat Alabama and destroyed.
Oh yeah, that was with Urban Meyer.
All I know is I have a hat that says Miami Hurricanes Tostitos Fiesta Bowl national champions.
Oh, you got a hold of one of those? That's crazy.
That was from 2000 when they won a national championship.
They didn't win. Well, they won it, but they didn't win it. And it was, I believe it was
that
04.
was that when they had to go to? Didn't they give themselves the death penalty? Was that Miami that?
Well,
that had the death penalty?
but it was 04 that Ohio State paid the referees to win the ball
We
game.
did not pay the referees.
I didn't know
Get that
about
out of
that.
your mind.
Bummer. Huh? This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
It wasn't my fault that the game was they hired CFL referees to call that game. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, is that?
Are you surprised at my tears, sir?
Oh, fucking A.
Strong men also cry. Strong men also cry.
That's what I call him, man.
Hey, Culler,
go
if
ahead.
it makes you feel any better, just watch the 06 championship game. Against the Gators and Buckeyes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah.
A few moments later.
Yeah, the Gators were holding down the fort for us for a little while, but
yeah, man, those were the days.
we've got our
man.
seat back. Don't worry.
That was when I first went back to college too, so it was really interesting to I didn't go to UF, but to be in college and then have a team that I'm rooting for when a college team winning and stuff. It was in basketball too. That was pretty cool. But
don't get me
welcome
wrong.
to the team, Ali. So that's you that has the show on Saturdays.
Yes, Saturdays Late Night Exhale. And if you haven't been paying attention, which Tonk, you need to check out my show. This weekend, if Culler, you're going to be there, right?
I sure will.
This weekend is Bring the Smoke Saturday. So if you know anybody that is fans of other teams, even if it's just you, come on my show. We're gonna bring all the pride and talk all the smoke and everything. It's gonna be one heck of a time.
Oh yeah!
I could definitely get down on that. I could definitely get down on something like that.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of smack talk,
especially because we're all rooting for different college teams here, and this is what I'm talking about.
We can, but I'm talking about NFL or any team.
Okay, yeah.
Do any sport. That's how we'll do it.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
still
really care.
probably the only Bucks fan in the room right
Moss
now.
Sports, if he's still in the chat, yes, you can come on my show. You can tell me about how USA could lose to England, which I don't see happening.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
This is the team right here. Right here. This is the team.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Yeah, that's actually U.S. men's national team gear right there for soccer, just so you guys know. Yeah.
Culler's over here hijacking the videos, guys. Just letting everybody know. That's him on. That's him trigger happy.
I thought it was you. I don't really care.
No, it's Culler. He's over there. How about that,
You're
Culler?
poisoning the water hole, man.
So what you're saying, Culler's producing skills is. Oh.
That's right. With thunderous applause. Thank you very much.
That's what it sounds like when I go to a Seahawks game wearing Buccaneers gear.
That's how I want to hear it when we play the Patriots game one.
I want to hear it like that.
My producing skills are so good that I know you were going for the fart sound.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I did that on purpose.
Oh.
That's nasty.
I gotta figure out which game I'm gonna go to.
You knew what I was doing. I was fussing with you.
I was hoping that the Seahawks were gonna go to Tampa this year, but they are going to Tampa in Germany. So I don't know. Because I want to see a Bucs.
I gotta get my passport.
Wait, they're going to Tampa in Germany?
No, they're playing the Bucs in Germany.
Yeah, if the NFL is going the way it is, and we're gonna start playing more games overseas, I definitely have to get my passport.
It's not that hard. The best way to do it is you can go to the clerk's office.
Okay.
You could fill it out there. So get your picture first, and then get
like a
your birth
Walgreens or someplace. Yeah.
Yeah, so get your picture, get your birth certificate, and maybe your social security card. Go to the clerk of the court. You could fill out the paperwork there, and then you could submit it through them for $30 extra, and you'll get your passport in like 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, because it kind of like pre-authorizes it before you send it. Like it's basically them making sure that it's all correct. Because if like you do it incorrectly, they'll send it back and it could take a long ass time. But that's how I did it, and I got it in like 2 weeks, which is crazy fast.
I might be able to get my uncle in Munich to put us up on his farm for a week.
What?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in many years, but
because honestly, dude, I was like thinking, damn, maybe I should go to that Germany game. That would be fucking tight.
Bro, we're standing there, man. We're standing there looking at his horses and all that, right? And off on the road behind his farm, there's this tractor with meat hooks with 2 cows dangling on it, man.
Where does your uncle live? Where is it?
Right, he's like outside of Munich.
Yeah, but
Dude,
where's the game?
I would love to go to a game in Germany during Oktoberfest.
Right.
That would be like a dream come true for me.
Yeah. It's November 13th.
Oh, that's close.
And that'll be in Munich.
Yeah.
Wow, you're kidding.
It's in
Munich.
Wow. So you know, Ali, you could go there for Oktoberfest, and by the time you're done recovering, the football game will be on.
I'm looking at when I just searched it online, the article I clicked on was Seahawks.com, and there's a picture of all these people in front of the Seahawks stadium. One of them, it's a bunch of German people. It says German Seahawkers, and then Seahawkers Germany.
No kidding.
Isn't the remnants of the NFL Europe still in Germany?
Frankfurt was their team, the Frankfurt Galaxy. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard they still do stuff with the NFL there, though. I heard they still do stuff. So I know there's a big following in Germany. England is also really big. So that would, those are the 2 countries that claim that if Europe got teams, those are the two
Germany is in the top. Germany's in the top 5 that watch the show, watch the network.
Oh, that's true.
For real?
Yeah.
In our top 5.
Germany, which episodes though? Yours?
All of the episodes, mainly the Finn's tailgate. But yeah, no, like
just curious, where's Brazil? Is Brazil even on there?
Oh yeah, Brazil early on was one of my biggest.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this.
It's because all these other countries learn English.
Well, Tonk, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know this. We don't learn
no other fucking language.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Brazil is actually in fandom. They're the 3rd highest fan base for NFL outside of the United States.
Interesting. It's
over 22 million fans.
Yeah, I mean Brazil, Germany, Mexico, London, all 4 places will have a football team in the next 10 years. All 4.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I'd be definitely down. Hopefully, maybe Tijuana have a team. That'd be dope.
Listen, once that door is kicked open,
it's probably going to be Mexico City.
Imagine over in what's that place called? In
the Cancun Commodores.
Yeah, they'll be making good places and shit. Yeah,
the Central American illegals.
What's the place I'm thinking of over in Africa? Dude's got tons of money building his own islands and shit.
Oh, Akon?
No, not Akon.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name.
They've got I can't remember. I know they build islands that look like palm trees and shit like that.
That's in Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
Like Dubai, yeah.
Yeah, Dubai.
So that has happened, but it's also slowed down a lot too.
Well, yeah, obviously. How many fucking palm tree islands are you building?
They also jump sports cars from one skyscraper to another.
Because in freaking
it's like
in the movies,
take an area that just has a bunch of rich, irresponsible people.
Well, listen, here's the thing: if once NFL becomes international, it will be in Dubai. They've got enough money to buy their way into the NFL.
Dude, do you know Dubai is one of the few places you can walk around and see gold being sold in vending machines?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. My cousins go all the time. They tell me about it.
I need to go.
I wonder how much they sell it for. Because I've been that's funny because I've been actually investing in the gold.
I don't know. I want to go to Dubai. I hear it's kind of like sort of like a Vegas feel to it, sort of.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Have you been to Vegas?
I just want to go
No,
and
that's
check out
just
all
wanna go
those
to-
cool.
It's
I want to go check out all those cool ass buildings that they make in Dubai.
Yeah.
Like they've got that one. I mean, they've got some cool shit.
The one that looks like a sailboat.
Yeah, well, the one that rotates slowly, it's a windmill and it charges up the whole fucking building. It's genius, dude. It's a building made up of each floor is its own section, and it's like a windmill that charges up the whole fucking building. It's genius, bro. It's genius.
If you guys ever
But
watch
they don't have one that plays music like we do, man. We got a guitar, bro. We got a freaking guitar.
Yeah, I need one.
Well, I mean, they got enough money to spend on stuff like that, and
they could
don't
probably do a couple of those colors.
Right.
Well,
they got a
like-
whole band over there. They got a big drum
yeah,
set and everything.
Dubai is a good example of like super creative architecture.
If you
Because
ever
they have enough money to pay architects to do stuff like that.
Yeah, if you ever watch, there's documentaries you can watch how they made some of those islands that Chris was talking about, like the ones that look like palm trees. They imported billions of pounds of sand. It was not even.
So it's these dudes from Scotland and Ireland that invented this underwater demolition that they would blow up and force these craters around an area to then force the land up, and then they would fill it in with sand and it would be sturdy ground because of how they did it. They called it plate rooting or something like that, something to that effect. And it would give a stable ground that when they put this top sand on it, it would stay, and it was genius, bro. That's crazy. New Smyrna years ago started the technology that then got more. It was an erosion technology and a demolitions technology, and now they can.
Well, now we know what. Now we know what caused that sinkhole that ate that dude sleeping in his bed.
Yeah,
like in Return of the
A few moments later.
If they're blowing up the beaches off New Smyrna, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to cause a couple of our sinkholes to collapse.
Like the thing that
Robert, that's for erosion, and that's like how we do. Like even Boynton's been doing that forever for erosion. They would suck the sand.
I know we would jump off of the pole.
Yeah, jump off that big ass silo looking thing.
All right, y'all can just push it aside.
I wonder how they would handle
in the dirt one morning, man. Don't come blaming me.
Captain, real quick about Dubai, if they ever get a team, I wonder how they would handle the alcohol licensing there, because I don't know if you know this. If you go to Dubai, if you're drinking in certain places, you have to have a special license to drink.
Yeah, I guess in that area they would at Dubai figure it out. I know how
they would get some kind of exempt or something.
Inside this area, you can do whatever the fuck you want, America style.
There you go.
America style. I'm telling you, they'll do it like that. And we were saying about names of teams, Tonk, and they were like, just take the Oilers and just give them all the Oilers stuff. It's a brilliant fit.
That's
brilliant fit.
Or the sand dunes.
No, just the Oilers. They have all the old gear. There's a whole American fan base that would attach itself to that international. Here's the thing about all the teams that will become international. They're going to have a domestic home as well, because that's the only way to make this work. So, like, if you had the Dubai Oilers play half their season in Dubai and the other half here in the Americas, you might as well give them a market that doesn't have a team. So you think Oilers, you think, I don't know, Oklahoma or something, maybe one of these areas that has oil that you can put it to that market.
Somewhere in the Gulf too. You could go somewhere like Mississippi could get a team, or Alabama. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
Is Dubai part of Saudi Arabia, or are they part of the UAE?
I think they're independent altogether. I don't think they're part of.
Well, the reason I was asking, because of a cool name I was thinking of was like the Arabian Nights. You know, the Knights.
Right. Oh yeah, that would work.
You see where I'm going with that? That's why I was wondering if they're part of Saudi Arabia or UAE.
I guess.
They're UAE.
They are UAE. Okay, I wasn't sure. So,
yeah, culturally they would be Arabians. Absolutely. You know, if you're talking about ancient roots. Sure.
Yeah. They should call them the beheaders.
Wow.
I'm your huckleberry.
That's not the meme I was thinking of, Chris.
I don't know which one. I wasn't here. I had to shut my dog up.
All right. In lighter news, did you guys?
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
I wasn't here for the punchline. I missed it.
Did you guys see that Watson got another civil suit?
Yeah, he's at like 500
he's up to 23 now. He's up to 23 now.
I was gonna report it, but I don't report about assholes.
Talking about the tweet I tweeted.
I don't know if you tweeted it. I just got a report from ESPN that Watson has 23 women now.
Whatever he did.
Okay.
It's like whatever he did. It's like, how stupid are you to keep doing it?
The 23rd that they're.
Okay, you got the news on that? I don't know. I just saw it on my phone.
Well, I just got this tweet, so I don't know. It might not be. It might. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh my god.
23rd victim.
I think I'm scarred for life.
I can never look at Baker Mayfield ever again.
I was wondering why her hands were so manly.
Jesus, this is hilarious.
She's actually like the chick from the Seinfeld episode.
That explains a lot about
freaking the lobster.
Yeah, this is crack touching his face.
She's like ripping the bread.
Yeah.
That explains
no
a lot.
Insanity. We'll probably be scrubbing that part.
that explains a lot about Baker Mayfield and his soft hands that he has.
I thought that I didn't know it was a real report. I just seen that on Twitter.
It's legit.
We'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, so another woman came forward, and I was going to bring up the thing like, is there more coming on top of it? Because maybe that's why the NFL is delaying on a decision about his alleged suspension that he may or may not get.
I
Just saying.
It's like, is winning the only thing we're worried about here?
Now you know why I didn't report on it. It was on my SI list.
I'm so glad a team that I root for did not pick up Deshaun Watson, dude. Because I didn't want to have to deal with that. Like, I was like, please. When they were talking about him going to the Dolphins, I was like, please do not go to the Dolphins.
But what about Tyreek Hill?
What about him?
I don't know.
What's wrong with him?
Tyreek Hill did have an issue with his child, right? Or no, was it a domestic violence issue? He did have an issue, but then again, I could say, well, we still have Xavier Howard on the team, and he had a domestic violence issue.
Until it's cleared up one way or the other, no one can know. I don't like to try to. There's always so many sides to the story, and when we can't ever take out every element of it too. He's a person that's got money, so there's some stuff on that end that could. I don't know. There's witch hunts at times, but again, there's too much smoke for there not to be some fire. So we got to wait for that kind of shit to shake out. In some ways, you know.
I mean, he already sat out a whole season because of it.
Well,
right?
He sat out the season because honestly, it was more about the team and what happened. Because before of this, the team had promised him when they fired the coach that he was going to have a say-so in where they went, how they built the team. Then, literally, like a few days after that, after they just told him, yes, you're going to have a say-so, he like reported it on Twitter at the time, or IG, said being heard or some shit like that. Then right after that, they hire a GM, then hire a coach. Like, they just completely burned him. Never interviewed any of the people he didn't want or stuff like that. Just went off the rails in that thing. And then he said he wanted to be traded. Shortly after it started getting real heated up with his trade talk, all of this stuff starts coming out. So whether he was doing something or not, I can't help but speculate that the Houston Texans, the team, either A, hung him out to dry, or B, set him up. Whether he was doing it or not. Now, if he was doing it and they were hiding it, or he was doing it and they tried to act like they didn't know, they're culpable in that kind of shit. But one way or another, they dug it up, they released it. I blame them for the circumstances they find themselves in totality. I don't know how much further I can talk on this. This is all speculatory, first of all. This is where I think, this is how I look at shit personally. But I don't know. It's a filthy situation, and I'd hate to make one assumption one way or the fucking other. Because if there's one woman amongst 23 that actually had a real fucking problem, that there was a real circumstance where he forced himself and forced her in some way, it would be a crying shame if the other 22 are all here in some conspiracy to dog this NFL player, for me, on the behest of the organization. Because how the fuck did all this stay quiet for as long as it did without people facilitating, helping, making it happen, the whole ordeal? And then the second he's trying to be his own entity, this entire thing blows up. I call bullshit.
Yeah.
I just call whether he's guilty of it and they hit it, or they didn't know, or all of the above. I don't fucking know. There's a whole scenario here, which honestly, to me, we're never going to know, or we're going to know everything one day.
Yeah.
That's the only way it's going to go. That's where this ends up. We're never going to know shit about it, because it's about money right now, in the worst way, in the bad way. Because if there is a problem, I would rather a motherfucker get in trouble for it. If there isn't, and these guys are squeezing this young man because he wanted off the team, I want to know that shit too. But I can't do nothing. This is the way the world works. So.
All right. Well, I haven't even eaten dinner yet.
All right, Tonk. Yep, I'm gonna shut her down.
I'll see y'all later. Thanks for watching.
See you later, Tonk.
All right, guys. See y'all later, and till next time. Well, I mean, unless you guys want to hang on, I'm gonna shut her down. Culler, that's more up to you than
Culler.
Oh, you guys are killing me, ain't you?
I can roll out a whole. You can get a good 2.5 minute rest vibe. I'll roll color commentary. The thing. You know what I'm saying? You get almost 3 minutes.
I'll let the chat decide if they really want to come up and talk. I'll host.
Yeah,
but not
guys.
for very long.
In the chat, if you want.
I had a long day of airport today.
You got that jet lag going on, don't you?
Not jet lag, just long day at the airport. A couple airports.
Gotcha. I know how that goes.
But of course, I do have a duty to the audience. So if people did want to come up and talk, we can certainly drop a link and talk for a minute.
Oh, CT wants to come on.
Look at CT. Let's do it. I'll yell. Well, see, the great thing about CT is I can just pose one question and then I could take a little nap. You know what I mean?
Damn, I don't know about that. But CT definitely can carry a conversation intelligently at the same time as well.
No.
Meanwhile, you two were standing around, finger popping each other's assholes.
We're not finger popping each other's assholes. What we're doing is getting shit done.
Yeah, Culler.
Telling you. Yeah, I'll drop it. Let's see.
All right, let's.
At least for a minute.
I'll just run an entire. All right, guys. We have transitioned to end Tonk7 TMI Tuesday, and this will begin the segment of color commentary.
a few more. If he has time,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a extended, condensed version of Open Mic on Tuesday after TMI with color commentary. I've got my excellent co-host tonight, Ali. We've already got CT in the back.
Yo.
And CT wants to know why I threw him under the bus like that.
I said, why you got to do me like that, Color? That's messed up.
It was an inside joke, you know.
I know.
I
know you were joking. It was.
You sound different tonight. You got a different mic?
Nah, I'm on my phone. Normally, I'm on the laptop in the man
You
cave.
sound like super clear, man. I love it, actually.
Yeah, super clear.
Well, that's I don't spend much on phones, but the last time when we upgraded, my wife made me get a new phone, a good phone. So maybe that's it. So she had to get that damn. She had to get that damn S22, damn $1,200 fucking dollars.
Is that how much you're going for now? Jeez, man.
I told her, I said, I am not fucking paying $1,200 for a fucking cell phone. You are out of your mind.
And none of that $1,200 pays for the advertisement, like to get rid of all the bloatware, right?
I don't know. That's what she got. She got the S22, whatever, newest, fanciest shit. And I'm like,
that's them saying, yeah, it would be $1,400 without all the bloatware.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really into tech shit like she is, but she's a tech snob, so that's her thing. For me, I don't even know the phone I got. I paid like $700 for it, but I traded in my other phone, so I got $600 for the other one. So I really just paid off the phone and gave him the $100. And I mean, it's nice. It's a new phone. I've had it for a few months, but I don't know. Maybe it was that big of an upgrade, apparently, to what I used to have.
Right on. So what you got for us tonight, man?
Nothing much. I mean, I just supporting y'all, listening in and enjoying the chat. And I just.
Well, you started the entire open mic, so it's all you, bro.
Yeah, dude. Come on, man.
No, I want to say that I truly, I love the cause for cleats. I love all that stuff. It's awesome. And in all reality, I haven't really caught up a lot with the goings on the last couple of days, but all this leaked footage, Dolphins footage, and everything else, it's pretty darn interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about them saying the outside zone is already squashed?
Hey,
like that.
I've said it before. Nobody knows what Mike McDaniel's going to do. These guys, they sit back and they've got so much shit up their sleeves waiting for their opportunity to be a head coach. And I'm sure you'll see some of the outside zone blocking scheme, but it's not going to be everything. So
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. I think things get a lot of times get really oversimplified when we talk about what we know our team's going to do with schemes and all that. I mean, it's just so the game is much more complex than that. I mean, it's a simple game, but at the same time, the defense is always reactive. I mean, there's no way they know. I mean, there is ways, but they don't know what the play is. So even if you tweak things a little bit, but that's the problem is these offensive coaches just, they're all so lazy minded. They just follow each other. And then when it gets beat, they just change to whatever, so I kind of agree with you. Maybe that, I'm pretty sure Mike McDaniel knows that the defenses are picking up things, to be.
Oh yeah. And
how he
it's,
can
again,
adjust.
it's like you said, it's that chess match. It's, one little thing. And like you said, it's, even if the defense knows what you're running, they're still reactionary because the offensive line and the offense knows the cadence. They know when the play is going to start. They know where they're supposed to be. And the defense is just chasing. And that's just the nature of the game. And every little wrinkle, every little change, that half a second, that split second of, oh, they changed it. This is not what I was expecting. Oh, crap.
Anything to break containment. And all you need is that one little edge to break containment.
Yep. And see, I think that's another reason why there were these rumors that we were interested in bringing in another offensive weapon, such as Debo, for example, because even if they know the plays, when you have to take care of 3 top flight receivers or running backs,
which one of them gets the ball on said play? Exactly.
Yeah, that's so hard to take care of. You know what I mean? And that's a way of combating these supposed defenses that are prepared for you now. You know what I mean? Because really, you can never be prepared when you have that much, talent coming at you at once.
Yeah, and it's also, again, the receivers themselves, just because, a post is a post is a post. Well, yeah, but there's so many intricacies to running a post. How are you getting off of the line? Are you going to give them a shimmy outside? Are you going to give them an inside look? Are you going to turn your head this way?
Exactly.
Are you going to try to catch them off guard?
They tweaked it so much, we literally have another route called a skinny post.
But it's also, again, not even necessarily what the route ends up being. It's the sell. It's the receiver's ability to make the defender think, is he running the post, or is he running a slant, or is he going to run an out route? What is his body position? The way, I'm going to set him up with the head fake, and I'm going to bob this way, and he's going to, I'm going to jump that out route. But then you're going to go, they're going to go a post on the inside or a slant or whatever. It's like, just because you think you know what the route's going to be doesn't mean that he's going to run that route the exact same way every single time.
Mm-hmm. Another thing is, and I don't want to upset the Tua fans here because I want to be fair to Tua, ultimately. But 1 or 2 of our receivers also can throw the ball. Cedric Wilson being one of them, and he throws it very well. So you can never be prepared for all of that and then something like that. So regardless if people want to say that the running game that is outdated, or the Shanahan system is outdated, there's ways to tweak it that you can't be prepared for.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's also, again, the NFL is a cyclical beast. It goes from running to passing, back to running, back to passing, back to running, back to passing.
Football itself is.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally is a game of, play and react.
Yep.
It's 4D chess.
Mm-hmm. However, there's only 2 hash marks. The length is finite. The width is finite. And so there's only so many ways you can jumble that around. And that's why it becomes cyclical.
Yep. But it's all, again, based on pattern and perception. Because, again, 1 year, all right, defenses start adjusting to the run. You can't get away with that running game away. You got to adapt. What do? You change to a pass-heavy set. All right. they get used to that now. Now we got to go back to being the running team. Oh, they got used to that. We got to go back to being a passing team.
Yep.
So
you want to run them cutback counter traps? We'll let you, and you can burn out every running back in your room.
Yep. Let them get beat up.
Not, it's like, man, gone are the days of Thurman Thomas, man. That dude could just run that cutback like it was nothing, man. Like that counter trap in Buffalo is ridiculous for so many years.
Oh yeah. And if you got a good back who their body and their knees can withstand that pressure for a long, significant period of time, like you said, for those that aren't, they get burned through real quick. But there are those amazing guys who they can do that shit year in and year out. And it's just amazing to watch.
And the only alternative is if you can't get that one guy, you get 5 of them that are almost that guy. And I think that's kind of where we headed,
Yep.
I mean, I like the fact that, on one token, it's like, okay, you saw what happened in San Francisco. Are we just going to go right down that road? However, let's list our wide receivers. You know what I mean? It's not like, in comparison to San Francisco's group last year. So they burn through all their running backs, and they have to end up taking one of those receivers and using them as a running back. But even besides that, if they didn't, why did they? Why did they have to do that? Because they had nobody to throw to, other than Debo, and it's like, okay, well, let's say the same thing happens to us. We burn through our running back room. Well, that just means crypto is going to be right.
100-0, baby. 100-0.
I mean,
that's right. He changed his number.
Just in our top 4 receivers, look who we got.
Oh,
that's like, if San Francisco has our wide receiver group last year, they win the Super Bowl. No doubt in my mind.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. And that's where I think it's
the quality
important.
of our room, not the guys in particular, but the quality of our room. If they have that last year, they go all the way.
No, I'm going to say with the guys in particular also. The quality, yes, for sure. But I still think even if they had the exact people we did, they could get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I just didn't think, it's not realistic to think they would have been able to get all those guys. So I was just like talking quality level.
I understand. I understand.
But at the same time, even without, they put 56 points on the Rams over 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
I know they lost to them in the playoffs, but they own the Rams this year with that Aaron Donald, Von Miller defense and Cooper Kupp on at receiver. So that's why I don't, again, with crypto, and glad you showed up, Crypto, because I just don't buy this idea that San Francisco is going to regress that much.
Not at all, Culler. Not at all. And being in that conference, they got to just.
Are they? I think we lost Crypto.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. They got just as good a chance to win as many games as we do, given that they're in the NFC and the competition is going to be a little subtle. So they can definitely repeat what they did last year or the year before. It's because they're a good organization. They're a good franchise. They built their team the right way.
With Jimmy G or Trey Lance, do you think that they're going to maintain the same success?
With Trey Lance, I think
see
they
an
would.
Improvement with Trey Lance, and I'm not saying Trey Lance.
I'll say Trey's give them a better shot at winning.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that
term.
Trey Lance ain't a bust. I'm just saying he's an improvement over Jimmy G.
Yeah,
I can agree with that to an extent, though. He has
an extra skill set. CT is what I mean.
No. Yeah, I know. My thing in this is where I get it. I know that they want to see the future, and Trey Lance has got to take his lumps, and he's got to get in there, and either he's going to be the guy or he's not.
But in the few appearances we saw, sure, his numbers may not have been the greatest, but he looked the part to me.
Right.
No.
He looked like he was ready to take the helm.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm just saying that some people are going to make this expectation that he's physically more gifted than Jimmy G for sure, without doubt. Where he does lack is in the experience, and that's where I think, again, not saying that he's going to be a bust or anything, because I don't think he is, but I'm saying he's going to have to take his lumps, and they're going to have to be patient with him.
Right. So here's an article Cap just sent me titled, "Could Miami Dolphins fans see 49ers lose 10 games in 2022?" He threw me this article before we even brought it up. He must be reading our minds or something back there. Like, that's why he's such a great producer. But let's see. So we've seen a bit of here's the part that's pertinent to our conversation. In the NFC West, the 49ers are playing in a tough division and could care less about draft placement. They won't care when the season begins or ends. They traded this year's pick to Miami in 2020 to move up and draft quarterback Trey Lance. Over the last month, there have been circulating rumors, and this is written by, let me give a credit real quick, written by Brian Miller at finfanatic.com. Great job. Get over there and check their stuff out. Over the last month, there have been circulating rumors and some speculation that Lance is heading towards a bust designation. And a report early last week cited a source that some players call him one-play Trey. The validity of that can't be verified, but it could be a reason the 49ers have yet to deal with Jimmy Garoppolo. Obviously, a bad season for the 49ers is a good season for us. How many wins can we expect from the 49ers, who lost not only some players, but also one of their offensive minds, Mike McDaniel? What happens if they do trade their starting quarterback from a year ago before the season starts? 49ers have a solid defense, and that should continue and keep them in games. Offensively, they have taken a few hits, but overall it will depend on how well Lance plays if he does replace Jimmy G. Even if the 49ers are above average this year, they will be hard-pressed to return to the playoffs. San Francisco should win the following games: Chicago, Seattle twice, Carolina, Atlanta, Washington. Could lose these games: Broncos, Rams twice, Cardinals twice, Chiefs, Chargers, Dolphins, Buccaneers, Raiders. I don't believe they're going to lose to the Cardinals twice. And they beat the Rams. They swept the series with the Rams last year, who have now lost Von Miller and lost Odell Beckham Jr. So I really don't see where all this regression talk is coming from with the 49ers. I really don't.
Yeah.
I gave you some of it.
I think it's a hardcore contingency of the Dolphins fan base that's in the media that's hoping that we get a higher pick.
Crypto. So, I'm being a bad fan. Then we need to hope. I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were the program. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah,
no. I gave you some of the information on why I think they would regress. There's the issue where you're changing systems now. Their offensive coordinator
systems.
Why would they be changing
earlier about the outside zone?
One, their offensive coordinator
system.
Then why did they hire the offensive coordinator that they have now? That doesn't make sense.
Who'd they hire?
Why didn't you Anthony Lindsay from the Chargers? Why wouldn't you bring
He's ran more than just his systems that he ran with the Chargers. He's capable of running what McDaniel. But Shanahan wants him to run. These coaches get paid millions of dollars. They can conform. That's the sign of a good coach. Conforming to the roster that's on, changing the philosophy to the team that you got on the roster.
All I'm saying is he's somebody different. Teams are going to react different based on who their coach is. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he can't run it. I'm just saying that he may not be as experienced in running the Shanahan system, if we want to call it that. All right.
Well, then Shanahan will probably want to know how hard time in taking over the microphone.
Yes, which is a lot more. He's probably going to do it a lot more. In addition to that, there is inner rumblings between certain players that are predominant players for the 49ers. We know one of them who's been rumored to us. We know there's issues with the team in Bosa now. And even your article cites that players have come out and calling Trey Lance, one trick Lance.
I don't put stock into that.
What I'm
saw the
saying,
film.
what I'm saying,
Just otherwise.
what I'm saying is that there are multiple things going on that can affect the team. That's all I'm saying. Do I think that they're going to lose 10 games? Probably not. I have them a 500 team personally. That's where I see them at.
Right. And you know what? And you make great points, Ollie. What I'm saying is we don't necessarily, it's not the default. It shouldn't be the default position to assume that, because these are all professionals. Like Crypto said, the coach they brought in is getting paid to adjust to that. You see what I'm saying? I mean, when we talk about what the Rams are doing or anybody else, we call it the Kyle Shanahan system. You know what I mean?
He was at the end of the day, Shanahan's still the head coach.
He was able to teach it to McVay, to Mike McDaniel, and how many other coaches that are considered on his tree.
And here's the other thing to look at too, Culler. We were talking about running the same system or not. The only reason they ran the system they did was based on the injuries that they had last year.
They were already running the outside zone run scheme with their running back.
Had they not had to convert to the types of plays they did during the season, who's to say that the outcome would be the same? We don't know.
All that means is it wouldn't have been 100% zone outside zone, but they were running that outside zone scheme before they converted Debo. That's why their running backs got hurt.
Right.
It requires a lot of cutbacks.
And then again, you're going to have a wide receiver who doesn't want to do that again, as what people are saying. And in addition, you didn't really bring any running backs to help the running back room.
There's where Trey Lance comes in. There's where Trey Lance's running ability comes in.
His versatility, off-platform plays.
I mean, it could go. All I'm saying is, why is the default position that they're going to regress? Is all I'm saying.
Well,
why are you so positive on either?
I'm just saying it is what I'm going by is their track record, just like I do
over the course of their whole history of the last decade. Whenever they faced adversity, they've overcame it.
They had one retooling season that allowed them to get Trey Lance. Okay, before that they had 13 wins.
What was Trey Lance's record in college? Like, what did he do in college? How was he? I didn't even hear about him.
I know he had a 27-1 touchdown to interception ratio. It was like astronomical.
Yeah, but so were two his numbers. Granted, Trey Lance didn't get hurt, but
and I agree with you on that, CT.
I don't really.
All I'm saying is look at the past 4 seasons for the 49ers, maybe 5, and look at their records.
No, I agree with you.
This is with no clear franchise quarterback.
Yeah, and I agree. That's where, again, I brought up earlier is I think it's very interesting. All these people that think that
we're singing Shanahan's praises.
Yeah, but I'm saying I find it hard to believe that they're going to trade away Jimmy G before the season, because I feel like for them, at least in my opinion, the smart move is let Trey Lance play. And if he shits the bed, you still have Jimmy G. Yeah. If he balls out, trade him before the trade deadline.
They're exactly right. Their quarterback room is exactly like ours. If you equate somebody like Bridgewater to Jimmy G, we've got the same quarterback room and the same quarterback situation. We don't know. Some of us think we know, but whatever.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think that, again, the experience.
Well, that's the scenario Tua and Fitzpatrick went through.
Exactly.
Let the young guy come in and get enough reps. If he don't, then bench him.
On that note, Capitan is heading out for the night, but of course he had to just drop us a big bomb, right before he left, because he's trying to get me in trouble here. I know what he's trying to do. You know what I mean? But Yard Barker has an article up that was posted back on the 24th from Peter Dewey. It says Vegas is not buying Tua, taking next step ahead of 2022 season. So it goes on to say that the 2022 NFL season is a make or break one for Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. and Vegas isn't so sure he's going to be up to the task. Tagovailoa and the Dolphins are third in the odds to win the AFC East this season at plus 475, even after a massive offseason that saw them bring in several weapons to help out their franchise quarterback. Miami signed running backs Chase Edmonds, Sony Michel, Raheem Mostert, and traded for superstar receiver Tyreek Hill. Receiver Cedric Wilson also joined the team's receiving core in the offseason. Yet despite that offseason, Vegas still has the Dolphins behind the Patriots, who essentially stood pat other than losing top corner J.C. Jackson after making the playoffs last season. Even with all of these weapons, odds makers just don't have a ton of faith in Tua. For what it's worth, Dolphins fans, Hill has praised Tagovailoa a ton this offseason, but actions during the 2022 season are going to speak louder than words when it comes to Tua, which we've all had that position pretty much, unless you're like a complete sycophant. Following the Hill trade, Miami made a jump in the futures market, and Tagovailoa shot up the MVP odds as well, but we're talking from 80 to 1 to 75 to 1, sidebar. But now, after the 2022 NFL draft and more of the NFL offseason, Miami is 10th in the odds to win the AFC. The Dolphins narrowly missed the playoffs in 2020 and 2021, but with several big-name players migrating to the AFC, Russell Wilson, Devontae Adams, Khalil Mack, Miami is far from a lock for a playoff spot, even with the moves it made. Through his 2 seasons with the Dolphins, Tagovailoa has posted a 13-8 record as a starter. He is one of the most accurate passers in the NFL, completing 67.8% of his passes last season. Whatever. We can go ahead and use their definition of accuracy if we like. That's fine. But he doesn't throw the ball down the field as much as some other quarterbacks. In 2021, Tagovailoa averaged just 5.5 air yards per completion, which was good for 24th in the NFL. Not only that, but he relied very heavily on RPO plays to generate yards through the air. Tua led the NFL in passing yards on RPO plays in 2021, throwing for 847 in 13 games. He threw for 2653 yards in total, meaning 31.9% of his passing yards were via RPO play calls. That's going to be something head coach Mike McDaniel has to game plan for, as the team has to find a way to accentuate Tua's strengths if they're going to succeed. You may see some value in Miami, but until we see Tua truly take the next step, they are a risky play in the futures market, which, you can't blame people that are outside of our organization that have to put their money on things. You can't blame them for using facts like that. You know what I mean? It's their money. Yeah. It is what it is. But I don't know. There's some things I would disagree about that article. I think that, they're missing a lot of things, and it's things, though, that, in fairness to them, that we as Dolphin fans see because we're watching every day, So maybe 2 months ago, I might have been whole lock, step, and barrel with that article, but now it's kind of like, I don't think they're being totally fair. At the same time, they got money on the line. So what are you going to do? You know what I mean? It is what it is.
They're trying to make the safe bet consistent.
Well, they go by track record, just like when we make our takes and everybody hates on us because they think we're hating. And all we're doing is saying what we believe is going to happen based on what's already happened.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a track record about the original topic about Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance went to North Dakota State, and like Moss just said, that just like Carson Wentz, he, rocked it at North Dakota. Carson Wentz isn't an MVP quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback. To me, he's kind of mediocre, personally.
Not even close.
So if we're going by that track record, how can I trust that Trey Lance is going to be any different?
Because Trey Lance went to a regular school, came up in the combine just like every other draftee. Carson Wentz was some galaxy-brained idea to go pick up some farm boy from some unknown college.
They went to the same school. They went to the same school.
Did they?
Yeah, and they both had the same trajectory.
Yeah,
North Dakota State.
But did anybody know about Carson Wentz over Trey Lance?
No, I didn't even know about either of them until the draft.
Could it be that Carson Wentz being in the NFL is what put eyes on that school?
That could be, but then again, here's my next question: when was the North Dakota State's in the FCS, right? Not the FBS, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So when was the last FCS quarterback that really made it big?
Well,
I can't tell you. I
can't tell you
idea.
either. I can't name one. Wentz really hasn't become big, dude. He's been. I mean,
that's because he got injured, but he's on that trajectory.
Right, Crypto.
He was about to become the MVP.
Right, but Crypto
until he got hurt.
Crypto, that run, in fairness, that was like everybody jumped on him like he was the next Dan Marino for one good run. Yeah. He hasn't proven anything since then.
Because he's been injured.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of the game.
So was Dan Marino a few times, and he still put up big numbers.
He would have probably had that kind of trajectory.
Right, would have probably, but we don't assign the label elite to would have probably.
No, he's not elite. It's just he's a
but
good
they were
making
him out to be one of these guys that was a sure thing perennial champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they was, and then he went into a system that worked. Yeah, he went into a system that helped, and then he got hurt, and then
and to your point, that system was so good that it allowed Nick Foles to win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And San Francisco's system was good. Who said ain't good enough for Trey Lance to allow them to win the Super Bowl?
Well, no, I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is that the Philadelphia Eagles understand what Ali and I are saying. That's why when they won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles, they were like, Carson,
plug and play.
This is Carson Wentz. Not. They weren't going to pay him the money. They're like, if we could just do what we did with Nick Foles with this system, why do we need a Carson Wentz?
Why do we need to pay? Yeah.
See, my thing is,
so they can move on from Jimmy G easily. That'd be a smooth transition.
But here's my argument, though. My argument is that you're talking about track records and following the track record. The FCS track record for quarterbacks has not been great. So how am I supposed to?
They don't have They don't have a volume.
No, I don't. I'm not. Okay, fair point, Ali. I would never suggest it. I would never suggest that somebody put their money on the 49ers not regressing. I'm just saying, as a matter of, just making
your
a take.
opinion. I got you. It's your opinion, and you're entitled to that. But
I'm not. What I mean is, I'm not like strong in my conviction on it. I'm just saying, why be strong the other way? You know what I mean?
Yeah. They could very well be successful. I'm not doubting that. What I'm just trying to say is these are the reasons why there's a concern that they could regress. That's all. That's all I'm pointing out. Pointing out the facts.
But didn't they have those same people was doubting Garoppolo and their ability to win the amount of games they won this year because we was hoping that we get a high pick.
And in fairness,
those same arguments was being used last season.
In fairness, Garoppolo played so bad, I'm concerned the NFL might take back some of those wins, man.
But I also think that, again, and this is where I agree with Ali, is I have issue with with comprehending how people think that there's not going to be a drop off between Jimmy G and Trey Lance. Does that mean that Trey Lance isn't going to surpass Jimmy G? No. I absolutely believe he will to a degree,
but different argument though, CT. Let me pause you a second. You're making a little bit of a different argument. You're saying that Trey Lance, that the quarterback position will regress. We're talking about the whole team.
No, I agree, but I think that if he's not able to win them games, and that's kind of what I was specific. Now, I don't believe that they're going to. I don't think they're going to lose 10 games.
To Crypto and I's point, they have not had a quarterback since Colin Kaepernick.
I agree with that. Yeah,
and they're winning 10+ games a season.
Yeah.
Who's in their division?
Because they're a good organization. Y'all overlooking the fact that San Francisco is a good organization. They've overcame all of that.
You also forget that I don't think people are getting off of Arizona as quickly as they should be. I'm not sold on Arizona this year at all.
Yeah.
After what we saw in the playoffs last year.
Not only
maybe
that,
they'll just be like the Bengals were perennial playoff losers when they had Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
That's maybe what Arizona's at.
Probably worse, Crypto, because Kyler's hit his ceiling. And and for those that believe that Tua's ceiling or that Tua is equal or better than Kyler, that means Tua's got a lot more ceiling left than Kyler does. And Kyler was destroyed in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I think his little temper tantrum and all his antics and everything else is going to create a huge issue down there this year.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
agree.
Maybe you get his act together.
Well, by the way, CT, that was one of the.
I believe too much in the good of people.
Yeah, and that was one of the predictions that I didn't read on the top on the 100 predictions from SI. One of them was that Kyler's going to get all that settled with his contract and all that, and it's going to be a big happy story.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree, Q. That's precisely what I'm saying, Q. So
who do you think gets the contract
even
first,
if,
Lamar?
Even if Tua's ceiling is only as high as Kyler's, all that's happened here is Kyler got to his first. That's all that's happened here. So everybody will assume, outside of the Dolphins organization, the average football watcher will assume, oh yeah, Kyler, he's elite. He's way better than Tua. He's already done this, and that, when he really hasn't. And I think that Tua has at least
He's
that
just more of a big
still to go,
performer.
if not more.
To your point, Ali, or your question,
well, to kind of be fair to Kyler,
I think
he
just
beat
for
the Buffalo Bills
funny,
and we
this
didn't.
is funny because this is something we've knocked Tua for. But I actually think that the fact that Tua stands bigger and more stout than Kyler inherently makes his ceiling higher than Kyler's.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I bet if what I'm saying is if Tua fixes the things that we criticize him for, he is far better a quarterback than Kyler, in my opinion.
You don't realize how good Kyler Murray is.
I just totally disagree with that, Crypto. We'll see. That's one of those things.
Yeah. He's the number one pick. He's the number one pick for a reason.
I get you.
So is Baker Mayfield, and look how that turned out.
I'm just saying.
Some people will argue that Baker is better than
Tua. Crypto. All I'm saying is that statement is something that still has to be settled with one more season, in my personal opinion. You know what I mean?
Just because you're a number one pick doesn't mean anything, to be honest.
I know. I'm not saying that.
I want to see.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
gas tank lasts.
There's
That's
a reason
what I
why.
want to see. I want to
He
see
hasn't
how
did
long
anything.
Triple and quadruple step to get the same
he hasn't did anything
the average quarterback
to show
does.
That he's not worthy of that number one pick.
Well, I didn't say that.
Here's the thing. Culler said that he met his ceiling. Do you guys all agree with that?
No, because he hasn't gotten everything he has.
That's
to meet
the
his
one
ceiling.
thing I agree with you, Crypto, because I've seen him do things in college that I have not seen him do in the NFL. And until he does that, he hasn't hit his ceiling.
Right, he hasn't hit it. He hasn't
in that
close
same
to it.
aspect.
But what makes you think he can do that in the NFL?
That's what I was just going to
Because
say.
he hasn't had the opportunity to do it in
But
the
here's
NFL.
the thing.
He had DeAndre Hopkins. What are you talking about?
DeAndre Hopkins was injured. He was never consistently on the field.
Come on. He wasn't putting up 500 yards a game when D-Hop wasn't injured.
No, he was still putting up enough. But one thing he did do was beat the Buffalo Bills, and we haven't.
Well, you got a point there.
Yeah, but is that McDermott having Flores' number?
Well, I ain't going to go with you.
Or
on
is that
CT.
Kyler
I'm
having
just gonna agree with
I
you.
agree. I think it is because just the same way that Brian Flores had Belichick's number, Dermott could have Flores' number.
I mean, okay, Crypto. So are we going to anoint Trevor Lawrence now because he scored more points than Josh Allen did when they played?
Absolutely.
Well, I agree with you there, but like I said, I just told CT, I'm going to agree with you before I'll throw Flores under the bus. So yeah,
we're going to have to. Trevor Lawrence is going to have to be a notch or two, kind of ticked up.
I still think Trevor Lawrence is a bust.
I do too.
You think so?
At least I'm willing to admit
absolutely zero evidence to show that based on the
he only had one season
and the head coach.
Zero evidence to show it. I can prove it in one game.
Plenty of fucking evidence.
Bro, he had Urban Meyer as his head coach. He had Urban Meyer as his head coach in a trash football team.
Yeah, but I watched
Doug Peterson.
I'm talking about in college. In college, prove to me he's going to be a bust.
That's what I was saying. I watched him every year.
What
We played him every single year.
that made you think that he was going to be a bust?
Just because Jalen Phillips tore him up in the backfield, they still beat us that night.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Go watch him versus Ohio State both times in the playoffs and watch what he does when he gets rattled. That's
Ohio
what I'm
State
saying.
cheated in that game.
Oh, yeah, okay. We cheated. Take your Bitcoin and bet on that. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. That's not fair because you're calling him a bust for the way he got rattled in college against Ohio State, but you're not going to call Tua a bust for the way he gets rattled in an NFL pocket.
Well, first of all, I didn't say that Tua was or was not a bust.
Crazy.
So I'm not ready to say he's a bust yet. Okay.
But why would you just throw away Trevor Lawrence as a bust and he only played one season? You have to wait 4 seasons or 3 seasons at least.
I mean, he literally had nothing and a terrible coach.
Sure did.
I just have a personal vendetta.
His coach was out there just grabbing what was he doing? Grabbing boobs in strip clubs?
No,
that's all he was focused on.
He was grinding on
I don't care for the guy either. But what I'm saying is, maybe it's my bias towards Doug Peterson. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. I just don't see Doug Peterson holding on to Trevor Lawrence if he really didn't think he was the guy he could win with him.
Every time I see Trevor Lawrence, all I think about is Callahan from the NFL draft movie. That's all I can think of.
This would be like Harbaugh telling us that.
No, that would be the GM of Cleveland.
I would believe it.
No, Callahan's the quarterback that Cleveland felt that he was a bust.
But what I'm saying, Ali, is that if Harbaugh or Peterson told me that Tua was the guy, you would finally see me believing.
So you're saying Harbaugh is more credible than McDaniel?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't he be?
No, I'm not saying I don't disagree, but I'm just saying that's what you're saying. I'm just trying to clarify what you meant.
Sure. And I'm not saying I don't trust McDaniel. What I'm saying is if you're asking me to put my money on 2 different people's words about Tua, I would more likely put my money if Doug Peterson or Harbaugh told me Tua was the guy than if McDaniel did. Given the circumstances of McDaniel wanting to get hired. You know what I mean? So when I look at Trevor Lawrence,
because he's an established coach and went a Super Bowl
why would I not
coach.
think the same thing about Doug Peterson's assessment of Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, he hasn't kicked him to the curb yet.
Because I don't care for him.
We don't have any
player. Period. So
I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. He could have very well got Nick Foles back. Nick Foles was a Jaguar. He already won a
Wait a
Super
minute,
Bowl.
hold on. What do you mean
Nick
he's a
Foles-
Jaguar?
Nick Foles was with the Bears at the time when Peterson
He's
got
with the
hired,
Bears,
so
I think.
Yeah, so I don't think he would have
He's
been able to
already
get
been
him.
a Jaguar. He could have easily brought him back in the building.
Oh, you saying he could have brought him
Bears would have
back
been like, no, we're keeping him. You know?
as a
I
reliable
think
backup.
the Jags moved off of what's his name? The guy with
Myers,
the
an idiot.
no, the other quarterback that they had
Minshew?
before Minshew. I think they moved off him way too quick.
That's what it
Man,
was.
nah, man, he burned himself out with the mustache thing, bro.
he can't.
Burned himself out with that.
You can't have a mustache like that and play quarterback.
Hold on, guys.
Oh, okay.
You just gotta win.
Question. Who got rid of Minshew? Was it Marone or Urban Meyer?
Urban Meyer.
There you
Meyer
go.
did.
Enough
Urban
said.
Meyer. Yeah.
Enough said.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though, I still
Culler,
think
you would agree that mustache is a big interference.
Well, again, Gardner Minshew is no different than Skylar Thompson. You're never
stop
gonna
it.
see him
I
in the
know
Hall
you
of
was going to say that.
You're not going to
Oh,
see
no.
that name. You're not going to see that name under a bust in the Hall of Fame with a quarterback next to it.
I'm just saying with a mustache like that, you gotta win. And if you lose with a mustache like that, you are the butt of every joke humanly possible.
Right.
It's more than headband, too, bro.
What he said,
You
a
wear
headband?
like that, you better win. That's
Yeah,
all I got. Same with Trevor Lawrence. Wear a headband like that, you gotta win.
Moss, I think he
With
did
that
go to
pretty
Carolina.
boy, with that
What he
pretty
got
boy
out?
hair, he better win. Because I'm telling you, being from being the USC alumni, I hate all Clemson players, and I'm not gonna wish the guy harm. I'm not gonna wish him harm. But if I could see him fail, I will
I don't like
enjoy
Clemson
it
either.
every day of the week.
Trevor
At
Lawrence
least this
looks like
version.
looks like a character from one of those really oddly drawn cartoons. You know what I mean?
Actually, you
Oh,
guys
the
ever?
characters.
You guys remember the movie Remember the Titans with Denzel?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Wait a minute,
he look like the quarterback?
Did you just ask what I think you asked?
Yes, he did.
Did
What
you
did I
really
ask?
just ask that? Really?
What?
Hold on
Ask
a second,
what?
Ollie. Hold on a second, Ollie. There's a
What?
reason I'm saying that, bro. Hold on.
I'm confused now.
Hold on. Wait,
He's
just.
trying to pull up a clip.
Oh God, is
Oh,
the video gone? Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the movie, the quarterback. Remember, he had long blonde hair.
Yep.
That's who
Long
he
blonde.
reminds me of.
Okay.
I give my son shit all the time.
About.
My son freaking tries to look like Trevor Lawrence, and I was like, "I'll cut that damn hair." I'm sorry, but ain't no pretty boy over here.
Oh, he tried to cut it like
switch brands real
Lawrence.
quick. I gotta switch brands for this one real quick. Yeah, because apparently I don't know why it's not on my list, but whatever. So here we go. To answer Ali's question, have we ever seen Remember the Titans?
Left side.
Strong side.
Side.
I should have known
man.
you were gonna do that, but no. That's who he reminds me of. The blonde hair. The quarterback. He was from Cali or something in the movie. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah,
But
I hear you about Trevor Lawrence, man. It's just Doug Peterson, bro. You know what I mean?
I understand.
He's
I
gonna
understand
have a
your
shot.
Okay, well, we'll give him a shot and see what happens. But all I'm saying is that I'm doubtful for various reasons. All right, when he was getting hit by like Bosa, can't think of the defensive end name that plays for the Commanders
Donald?
now. No, the
Oh, you
defensive
talking
end from
about
Commanders.
You could just say Jalen
Young?
Phillips.
You talking about Young? Chase Young.
Yes, yeah, Chase Young. In your case, Phillips. Yes, when he was getting hit by them, the kid gets rattled. And if
Yeah,
you
but
have a
Ali-
team that has two or three of those guys,
Ali,
When did he get rattled?
Jalen Phillips got himself drafted in that game, basically. And Trevor Lawrence still shredded us.
all right.
It don't matter
back-
if he was
Yeah, he had
rattled
too
in the
many,
pocket. Jalen Phillips was rattling him all night, and they still whooped our freaking ass, dude.
Yeah, they
It
we
wasn't
made him look like a
it
Hall of
wasn't
Famer.
like we hung in
Unfortunately,
and made it respectable. They whooped our ass, dude. Jalen
it was
the highlight of our
unfortunate
night.
that he was looking like a Hall of Famer in that game. The only game in his whole NFL career, probably he looked like a Hall of Famer. Just so happened to come against us.
Besides Jalen Phillips, we sucked, but still, he was in the pocket harassing him all night.
All I'm saying is that in the right, if you in certain situations, he's gonna get rattled easy. And
that's why SI said, 28 touchdowns and
let me ask you a question. No, seriously though, from last year, if we were playing the Jaguars in Week 15, do you think it would be the same result?
Good question.
Say that again.
If we were playing the Jaguars in Week 15, do you think the result would have been the same? Remember, we changed up our defense too after that game.
No, if it would have been later in the year, probably not.
I think we would have destroyed them. I think they would have destroyed them.
I want to tend to agree with Ali on the point that we would have won, but I don't think we would have destroyed them.
It could have been another shootout like the Atlanta.
And the reason I say that, Ali, is the Saints game. We held them to 9 points. We held them to 9 points. So this was after we changed our defense. And we only put 20 points up on a team who was last in the league in their secondary at home and giving up yards.
Tua did giving up 360 some yards.
For 200 yards that game. And he should have easily thrown for 307, considering that they gave up 312 yards a game in their secondary at home. The 31st team gave up 285. It was a stark difference. This isn't a fluke. The Saints secondary sucks at home, and we should have put well more than 20 points on them. Especially given
we struggled
running out a
badly in that
quarterback
game.
who's never even touched a football before. Practically.
Brock. Yeah, Ian Bach. Right. Yeah, that was
There you
that
go.
was the Ian
Would we
Brock
have beat
Bowl.
the Jaguars later in the season? Who knows? It wouldn't have been a blowout, though. That's for sure.
It could have been low scoring. Yeah, could have been
I don't know,
17
man.
to 16. Could have been the final.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you know,
I don't know, man. I'm gonna
that one stung you,
disagree
did
with you.
that Saints stung you.
I'm gonna disagree with you because if we ran the same defense, we would have. I guarantee you, Xavier Howard would have been the cause of 1 or 2 touchdowns right off the bat.
Well, that's possible.
You know, so I
everything
want to
you're saying
disagree.
is possible. Don't get me wrong. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at
X. You saying X would have created more turnovers for us?
Now,
somehow.
here's a better one for you, Ollie. That'll actually, I'm gonna steel man you right here. Had we played the Jaguars instead of the Patriots as our last game of the season, yeah, we destroy the Jaguars that day. Absolutely.
Yeah, on the last
way
thing.
we played against the Patriots,
that's true. Yeah,
last game of the season, we would have absolutely we would have put a 50 burger up on the Jaguars playing that way.
Yeah, in that last game, it was just all out. Yeah,
you had between the linebacker, in front of the safety throws, you had all the stuff that we criticized Tua about, just about locked up that game.
Or just switch out the times that we played Tennessee and Jacksonville. We played Tennessee earlier in the season and we played Jacksonville later. Are we a playoff team?
Yeah, I would say because we wouldn't have had to deal with the weather if it was Jacksonville later in the season.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that little tweak in the schedule, if we'd have had them at a different time, then we're a playoff team probably. Then we would have finished 8-0, 9 straight wins or something like that.
It's possible that if Tua doesn't get injured against the Bills, we could possibly split the series with them because Tua would have had an entire 3-hour game against them and been able to adjust on things he saw the second time around we played them. Because the second time around we played them was technically the first time he played them last year.
Yeah. Right, because it was so early in that game, right?
But if you make that argument, then you have to, at that same token, if he didn't get injured in Buffalo, who's to say that, the 3 games that Jacoby lost, we didn't win 1 or 2 more of those too.
I'm not willing to go that far, CT, because that adds so many more assumptions. What I'm saying is simply that the experience of a full game earlier in the season, considering that we actually played them pretty decent up till the 3rd and 4th quarter in the second game.
Yeah, in the second game.
We probably could eke that game out. You know what I mean? Possibly.
Yeah. That could have been his first win against Buffalo.
Competitive to the end is what I'm saying. Now, whether he would have won other games that Brissett lost, I'm not going to go there because there's just too many assumptions, man.
So let me ask you this question. Who's better, Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow.
So far, we can only say Joe Joe. Absolutely.
We only can say Burrow as of now.
Based on
now,
the reason
Burrow
I'm asking
can
is
flop
because
and Lance can, Trevor Lawrence can extend,
well,
in the next 5 years. You just never know.
This is true, but the reason I'm asking is because everybody is trying to make Trevor Lawrence look like the next Peyton Manning, for example. You know what I mean?
How am I doing that? By saying he's not a bust. I don't know how I'm doing that.
I didn't say you, dude. I'm talking about people in general. That doesn't necessarily you.
You're talking to Jaguar fans, bro.
Well, not just Jaguar fans, the media and other people.
So you think the media is putting them on a pedestal too soon?
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I can see that.
Yeah,
but remember where it's coming from, Ali. They want the matchup because that's what the matchup was in college. Burrow versus Lawrence.
Right. They want the matchup. They want that.
They want a
LSU. It was Tua versus Burrow.
You know what I mean? Especially since Trevor Lawrence has his running back and Joe Burrow has his wide receiver. it would literally be LSU versus Clemson again.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
They want those matchups.
I get that. It's just for me, I'm just looking at it, and the guy hasn't done anything special like that I can really say, oh man, I can see where he's going to be really good.
Yeah, your
Whereas
you got a good eye test. I don't doubt your eye test.
And where with Burrow, we could actually see it in the first 5 games. Like, okay, this guy has something. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's where even though Burrow got injured in his first season, that's where I differ between the two.
But see, that's where it's kind of unfair, because how do we know if there was going to be games that Burrow looked kind of a little off in, but he got to sit out the whole season where that would have been exposed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I was just talking about it right off the get-go. You know what I mean? Right off the get-go, I'm like, man, this Trevor Lawrence does not look as great as I thought he would. You know what I mean? I thought there'd be more to it.
He's going through the rookie woes.
I get that, but I mean, the way that he's been hyped up, my expectation is way higher.
You can't underestimate how terrible the Jacksonville Jaguars are as an organization and as a team that he got to start with.
Another reason that I don't think he's going to end up anywhere is because of the organization.
But see, again, Doug Peterson, you know what I mean?
He's the quarterback whisperer.
Like that there like ever. Maybe Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, Coughlin was. He got him to a championship game.
And Doug Peterson, besides the Eagles, where else has he won?
I'm gonna pretend you didn't ask that.
Why? I'm not. I don't follow him.
He won in Philadelphia.
I know. Besides the Eagles, where else?
No. He won in Philadelphia for us. He's number 345, bro.
Yeah, he was the quarterback of that game that Don Shula broke the record.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so you're
for Dan Marino his entire career.
He's saying as a coach.
He learned how to coach from Don Shula.
Okay. So the only coaching experience he has is with the Eagles. Is that right?
And Don Shula.
Okay, as a coach, did he coach with for Don
As a head
Shula?
coach, no.
Okay.
No, he never was a head coach.
As a head coach, was he a head coach anywhere else?
No.
All
his tenure came with the Eagles.
Thank you, Crypto, because that's not Crypto. CT. That's where I was trying to get at. As a coach, I don't know if he's going to have success. Remember, Doug Peterson had 2, maybe 3 okay years. He had 1 really good year when he won the Super Bowl with the Eagles, but how many years was he there?
That was his first season.
He won the Super Bowl in his first season, right?
Yeah.
In his second season, they didn't fare so well, and then I think the third season is when they finally walked away from him. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm not sold just by one person changing that organization. You can tell me you have Doug Peterson the whole time. That doesn't mean anything. Remember when we used to say, oh, well, we got Jimmy Johnson. We don't have to worry about anything.
You can't be serious, bro.
Well, Jimmy Johnson is much more established.
All I'm saying, it doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything.
First of all, the guy was mentored by Don Shula, okay, backed up Dan Marino, gets his first head coaching job and wins the Super Bowl, and you're not sold. That doesn't compute to me, bro.
Okay. All right. If it computes,
that's a pretty good resume to start.
I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. If he doesn't have a successful season this year with the Jaguars,
what would you define as successful?
More than 500.
Trash organization.
Okay, I see what your point is. Never mind. I can't make that bet.
Okay, I've picked the Jaguars to be a brand new playoff team this year. You do know that, right?
Say what?
That was one of my bold takes. I should have said it on the bold take on your Saturday night as a part of my thing. I picked the Jaguars to be that one of the brand new teams to make the playoffs.
Who's in the South? Let's go over who's in the South. Houston, Tennessee, Jacksonville, and
the Colts.
Indy.
The Colts.
The Colts and Tennessee are running that division.
Not this year, they ain't.
Not this year. They're going to take a step back.
Why
Now, you
not?
could say they're going to take a step back.
Why not? Tennessee still has a really good running game and a good defense.
And here's what you're underestimating about Doug Peterson and about the whole Trevor Lawrence thing. One name is going to make sure that the Tennessee Titans and the Colts don't run that division.
And who is that?
Given that they now have Doug Peterson and what we expect to be a comparable quarterback, considering he was number one pick, with now a coach like Doug Peterson, I'll say one name that's going to change everything: Travis Etienne.
Yeah, he's healthy. He's got his guy back.
That's if you rate him that high. I don't know.
They beefed up their offensive line. They got a damn near $100 million receiver, even though he might not be worth that much. But they paid. They went out there and spent some big bucks.
That's right. Oh no, they got Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah, who is
I think to write home about
25. I think
there's nothing to write home about, but he can certainly take the top off the defense.
Right.
And he can catch
That's
the ball.
something Trevor needed. It's going to be interesting. That division's not going to be a cakewalk for Tennessee anymore.
But that's as far as I'll make a case, Ali. I'm not going to
if they start the season
die on this hill, trust me.
if they start the season 1-5, I'm going to sit here and revert back to this and be like, Culler, I told you so.
And if
they're 5-1, then
and
where we going?
Rightfully so. That's why I'm not going to die on this hill.
If they start 4-0 or 5-1 or whatever, then I'll be like, damn, you guys were right. But I'm gonna just make sure you remember that I called it, that I don't think Trevor is what people are saying. That's all I'm saying.
And ironically, I think
Trevor is going to be the MVP of the league this year. You know that, right, Ali?
I think they're going to have as bad a season as you think. The difference is, I think it's going to be in reverse. I think they start 5-1 and then fall off the deep end.
No, I won't go that far.
And then they'll have Denny Green out there. We are exactly what we thought we were.
Let me ask you guys this: what if Trevor Lawrence busts really bad this season? He's not injured or anything.
Have a sophomore slump.
Let's say he's just horrible. And let's say they're in position to have the number one pick again. Do you draft a QB in this heavy QB draft?
Oh, absolutely. At that point, everything.
If he's the bust, yes, then yeah. Then at that point, you do what the Cardinals did. Yeah, you do what the Cardinals did, and you pull the trigger.
I got you.
If he's there, yeah, you do what the Cardinals.
The only reason I wouldn't is because we down here in Miami would be suckers enough to get him.
Go get who? The quarterback that busted out?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want.
So you calling Fitzpatrick a bust?
No.
He's talking about a Josh Rosen situation.
Oh, the Josh Rosen.
That's what he's talking about. I'm talking about. I'm trying to figure out, because to me, in my opinion, the top quarterback in this coming up draft is going to be C.J. Stroud. That's what everyone's been talking about. And if it's not him, it's Bryce Jones.
C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
Yeah, Bryce. Yeah.
Both of those two quarterbacks are going to be number one.
That guy Levi is the SI was talking about is going to be the guy, huh?
I don't know. I have to go watch the tape, but those are two guys that I know for a fact that have been talked about as being the number one pick for sure, right? So if those two guys are the guy, and let's say Jaguars have number one pick and Lawrence was trash, do you pull the trigger? I would, because you have a chance of getting another decent, really good quarterback out of the two. So that's just my.
So Ali, we got our first challenge for Saturday night.
Oh yeah, what is it?
Q says, "CT, I'm on your ass for smoke session Saturday night."
Ooh.
So that being said, I'm gonna.
But I told him, and I don't think he quite understood that. What I mean by smoke session, I mean actual smoke session. Not
okay.
That's what I was getting at. I tried to make a joke the other night, and I think it went above everybody's head.
No. Right. I want to see you guys talk smack. I want to see talk smack.
Oh, and in fact, yeah, we'll definitely talk smack for sure.
The betting line for me, and I love you, Q, but CT can back up his knowledge of sports. So I'm going to go with CT with a plus. Yeah, I'm going to go. My money's on CT for sure.
We just got to figure out what we're going to argue about. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's right. Q's no longer a Steelers fan. He's a Dolphin fan now.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
He's a
while
fan
you
of
all are
another team.
figuring
He
out
could
what to
pretend to be a
argue about-
Steelers fan for the sake of the argument.
While you all are trying to figure out what to argue about, I would encourage everybody to like and share this video. Subscribe if you haven't
I
already.
think Q can pass for one day.
Hold on a sec. We're like, how many are we away now? I got to refresh my page. We were like one subscriber away from 1,300 when Cap.
You hit over 1,300. I'm pretty positive.
Okay, so we did it, guys.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you all coming. Again, I keep saying this, but now it's June 1st, even deeper in the middle of the off season, and we've got people at almost 2 a.m. Eastern time.
Hold on. So that means we're 11 hours from Tua being traded?
Possibly. Oh, that's right. Damn. No, it's June 6th.
Yeah, he said after. He said after June 6th.
Right. That's right. I forgot.
We're 11 hours away, Culler.
As of tomorrow, we will lose almost nothing if we trade Tua. By the way,
there you go.
Even if we cut it, even if we were to cut him tomorrow, we would only have like 8 million in dead cap. So anyway, if you guys are on Facebook or Twitch or Twitter, head over and subscribe to us on YouTube if you would be so kind. We appreciate you watching from the other platforms. Get back over there and watch on your favorite platform if you like. No problem there. And make sure you catch us every Tuesday night, like tonight with Tonk7 with TMI, myself co-hosting at 9 o'clock. And I will always try to have an open mic like tonight. I probably won't go much longer because I just got back from vacation and been at the airport all day. But you can also catch me on Thursday night with an episode of Color Commentary at 10 o'clock. I'll probably run down a few things in the news, maybe bring some people up that might want to talk about it. And then, of course, as we were saying, you got Ali with Late Night Exhale. Saturdays at 10, and this week he is having a smoke session for anybody that wants to come up and bring the smoke. If you got somebody you want to bring the smoke to, let them know. We'll put you guys on one-on-one. I will also be helping Ali with that Saturday night. If, of course, he chooses me and wants me to help him, it's always his choice.
I actually might bring the smoke to you, Culler.
Oh, there you go. Hey, whatever. Let's do it. But
I might convert you to a Buckeye fan.
Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you can catch El Capitan, the proprietor of our great network, the Fins Tailgate. And if you need anything from the officially licensed gear provider, Fanatics, make sure you use the link in the description below to let them know we sent you. And one more thing, we got TTG gear, flip-flops, sweaters, hoodies, woolies, whatever you want to call them, tank tops, hats, and he didn't put it on my brand. Look at that. We got to upload that image tomorrow.
There's a cool flag.
Gosh, well, I've got to show it though. I mean, it's just so awesome. I don't even know where it is on his. Where'd it go?
They also have yoga pants. Check those out.
Yeah. Apparently, we have a flag now, but
I got to get some yoga
locate
pants.
it.
You just reminded me, Ali. I need to get me a pair.
Use the description, the URL below in the description.
Yeah, he didn't upload it to mine. What do you mean?
I need me a nice pair.
I wonder if he only put it on Tonks so far. So I switched back to Tonks brand for a second. That we now have for sale. The Fins Tailgate merch
and that's
shop.
the final. What it looks like.
That's what you could buy right now if you were so inclined.
I actually might go
help out the show and represent the Fins Tailgate.
Maybe when I go tailgating at the games every Sunday, I'll be sporting that at my.
Oh, I'm telling you, that's gonna be the flag that sits like to the left of my Dolphins flag. You know what I mean? That's gonna be like, you know how you got like the United States flag and then the Florida flag. You know what I mean? It's like that's gonna be my Florida flag right there next to the Dolphins flag. Yeah. So if you feel like kind enough to donate to the show to help support us, we appreciate every bit of it. You can use Cash App, $ the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo the Fins Tailgate. And currently we're trying to get the old business aspects worked out to get our super chats back. but they should be back pretty soon within the next week or so. So this smoke you're going to bring to me, Ollie, can you give me a little preview so I can research up for myself?
Then it wouldn't be fair.
I'm pretty sure you got to give them
a game plan.
Maybe a continuation about this particular discussion we're having on Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, we can continue with the Trevor Lawrence if you want. I was just using that as an example. It does. Yeah, if you guys want to bring smoke for a Dolphin fan on Dolphin fan, it's cool. You want to talk about a different sport, we can. Most I know is probably going to come on my show and talk a lot of soccer. I'm going to school him, but that's perfectly fine.
Speaking of other sports, we got Cardinals and Cubs this weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
America's team, the Cubbies
out there.
I was ready for the.
Yep,
I'm going to say
you're just the man I wanted to speak to, Crypto.
I'm going to say after the fourth inning, it'll be like 19-3 Cubs.
I cannot support any team that the Rickett family owns. I cannot do that.
I know I don't like our owning either. I don't like.
You know why though? You know right? You know why Crypto?
Rick is terrible.
Right? Yeah, you know why?
They own TD Water Bank, TD Bank.
That's not why I'm not supporting. Too. Well, that could be a reason why I should add it to my list. But they
big
in the news lately, especially in England, there has been leaked emails that let's just say some of the higher ranking of the Ricketts family have used racial language that's not very fair.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not a big fan of them.
They've always been controversial when it comes to that issue.
So that's going to be a 4-game series starting Thursday in Chicago at Wrigley Field.
At Wrigley, there you go.
Yep. The Thursday game, 7:05 p.m. Central Time, is going to be Lou Gehrig Day. Just so if anybody's interested, in the history, baseball history, and all that.
So.
I'm claiming Cardinals win 6-1.
Wait a minute here. This is going to be a 5-game series.
That's nice.
Because they have a makeup.
In the middle of the season.
They're going to have a doubleheader on Saturday with a makeup game. This is going to be a 5-game series starting Thursday, running through Sunday. That is awesome. You may actually find some coverage here at the Finns tailgate, if not color commentary. I probably will be doing something throughout the weekend with the Cardinals and Cubs. Not that anybody, I know there's a lot of Dolphins fans that don't care about other teams, but it is what it is.
Right.
And if you don't like it, get a better baseball team. Maybe I'd be a Marlins fan if y'all would get a better baseball team. Just kidding.
Here, I'll bring some smoke to CT. Celtics are going to beat Golden State in the championship for the finals. They're going to win the series.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Not a bad guess there. That's who I got.
But I agree with you on that. I think that, in all honesty, like I said before, and I said it, when we were on Alex T's channel and show, I said, if the Celtics beat the Heat, I don't see Golden State, because Golden State is very much like the Heat in the fact that they've got smaller guys, and if we got pushed around, I see Golden State getting pushed around the exact same way.
Well, the reason for me is
they got good defense as well.
The reason for me is the Celtics reminded me a lot of that Cleveland team that went towards Golden State and beat the hell out of them, and everyone expected Golden State to just destroy them. I'm talking about the one year Cleveland won it. So that's what they remind me of. And
everybody underdog. They're like an underdog to everybody.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the Celtics, I think they're playing above. They believe in that system, or they believe in what they're doing so much that they're outperforming what they really could do. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So I think there's various different reasons. Big reason is what you just mentioned too. So definitely. But yeah, I got
just
Celtics
think if
winning.
they pushed our asses around, that I'm sorry, but they're gonna do the same shit to Golden State, bro.
Yeah, and no offense.
Yeah, they have to play physical now. They can't play this finesse ball.
I don't know how Steph Curry even. I don't even know how Steph Curry even lets that phase him. So he'll just shoot 5 more threes. Who cares?
Yeah, but the thing is just like with us and our situation, he's gonna have to keep shooting them, 30-footers because
he's gonna
being 21 feet behind the man. All they got to do is put their damn hand up.
And let's be honest, CT, the guy's proven that he can.
Oh, I know. I'm not discounting that he won't make them, but he ain't gonna win the series with that. That ain't that can't be their entire game.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it as a Celtics fan. I'm actually a Laker fan, so it hurts me rooting for the Celtics, but I respect their game that they bring, and I'm just being real. I really see the Celtics winning it.
And I love the underdog too. I mean, nobody's giving them a chance, and it's like, oh my God, okay.
Like, man, the media just totally caved in on that one.
Oh,
they're not giving the Celtics no chance. I'm like, wait a minute. They got here for a reason. They play good defense. They get team ball.
Hey, did you guys see Taysom Hill with that Kobe Bryant armband, by the way?
I did not.
Yeah, the Kobe Bryant. Who did? Taysom Hill.
Jason, not Taysom Hill.
Jason Tatum.
Yes, Tatum wore a Kobe Bryant armband during the last game with Miami, the entire game. It was purple and gold, too.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, he was number 24. I ain't paid no attention to it.
Yeah, he had 24 on his arm the whole time. And he said, Kobe was his idol growing up, and he owed everything in his game to him. So if he goes to Golden State and wins the championship, I'm like, yep, Kobe won it again.
Right. That would be something.
It would be something. Yeah.
Kobe's still winning championships beyond the grave, huh?
Yeah, in fact, I tweeted it. I was like, thank you, Jason Tatum, for supporting Kobe and the fact that Kobe somehow still gets the championship one way or the other. I made some comment to that effect. But yeah,
like an artist with the painting, they still getting paid no matter what.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is that what surprised me is the Celtics and Lakers were one of the biggest rivalries to this day in the NBA, and the fact that he wore it straight up, I'm like, oh man, I wonder how their fans are taking that. You know what I mean? So
but it's Kobe. I'm sure that they didn't care.
That's true. That's true. It's not like it's a current player or someone that's still around, I guess.
Yeah, the Celtics are like the Yankees of basketball with the most titles.
Are they? I don't know. I think the Lakers have them beat now.
Oh, you gave me a curveball there. I thought you were going to say the shittiest team. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding. Come on, it was supposed to be.
Yeah, they're 17 and 18 now. I think the Celtics got them by 1.
Oh, it's by 1 now? Yeah, Lakers have 17, and you say Celtics have 18?
Yeah. I think they got them by 1 now. Because that Laker one, when they won, that put it within 1. Because they won that one with Kevin Garnett, that put them at 18.
No, they're tied.
That was at 18.
17. They're tied 17 to 17. The Lakers and Celtics have the most championships compared to any other team in the NBA. So they are tied at 17 apiece. So, if they win this puts them over. So that is kind of epic.
Is the one that put them over.
Yeah, this will put them over if they win it.
Yeah.
That'd be a hell of a way to end the season. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that definitely would be.
Put them over because the Lakers can't do nothing, and they got to wait a whole nother season. That's
what I was gonna say. That's a kick in the nuts to the Lakers, though, especially when he's wearing that Kobe armband. It's like, I'm supporting it, but then I'm also kicking you in the nuts.
Yeah, but here's the flip side of it is that I don't really think the Lakers are going to be in a good position to do anything about it next year. They got some roster issues that they got to resolve. So we'll see what happens.
LeBron James.
Yep, LeBron is recruiting the wrong personnel to the team that's costing them a lot of money.
If there is a player that they could,
I'm saying LeBron is the problem as the player.
I don't think LeBron is the problem. I think Westbrook is the issue.
I think LeBron
you move off him, and you can bring in a lot of other people.
Yeah, but LeBron is just too big
Westbrook
for his britches at this point in his career.
All right,
He's
well, we'll
beyond
agree to
himself.
disagree, but there's
Yeah,
a
Westbrook
player.
is an issue.
I would love to have Tatum over here on the Lakers side, though. Not saying it's going to happen like next year.
Yeah.
I'm just saying at some point in his career, I'd like him to come over, though. It'd be kind of nice. Full circle. With Kobe, the whole Kobe connection, and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
right on. So before we go, guys, CT, who do you think wins the AFC?
Oh man,
good question, Culler. Right out the gate.
That's a tough one. Damn. The Homer in me wants to say the Dolphins, but that's not realistic. So,
well, I don't know about that. If you got realistic reasons, it could be just as realistic as anybody else's take.
Well,
that's true too.
Okay, so
Yeah.
my whole thing is I don't think we're going to the championship. I do think we win in the first round. I think we get bounced in the second. I don't see us making it to the Super Bowl. So that's just my take.
Do you think the team that bounces us out is the one that makes it?
Probably.
No, that's interesting. Yeah.
But the question is, who's it going to be? That's the issue.
You know who that's going to
Which
be if
team?
it is anybody.
I know it's going to be the Bills. I'm aware.
No, not necessarily. Not unless they play somebody that they're kryptonite.
Well,
yeah. Like
the Bills are our kryptonite. That's the problem.
How about you, Crypto? Who do you got winning the AFC, the whole conference?
This is going to shock you. This one's
the
gonna
Jaguars.
No, not them. They're gonna. I will be tempted on it on a day that I've been drinking, but I haven't been. But I do have them making the playoffs as a surprise playoff team. That I do. But no, they won't. They will lose in the first round. I'll say we're gonna win.
I'm sorry, Crypto.
No, we'll. I think we do make it to the title game, and we lose to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
I like that take. I mean, I don't like losing to the Chiefs, but I like that take. Go ahead, Ollie. How about you, man? You got winning the AFC.
All right. I don't really care if you want to identify me as a homer or whatever. I don't really care about that. I'm going to be realistic. Let's be real. We have actually a pretty easy schedule comparative to a lot of the other teams that are out there. I am going to say that we win the AFC. Now, I'm not going to say we're, I don't want to say that we're going to win the whole thing and go to the Super Bowl. I will say that, we'll definitely, we could very well get to the AFC Championship game. But for the regular season, we're going to win the AFC. And in addition to it,
you have to win the championship game to win the AFC.
Okay, so you mean the whole thing? I thought you meant just to get to get the bye. For example.
Oh, he thought you meant the
right. Who's going to be who's going to get the Lamar Hunt Trophy?
You know what? I'm still going to double down on us. I don't really care. Yeah,
you did predict 20-0, so I mean, kind of goes without.
Hey, now
have to go
that
right.
that all the time. You got to put me out for that, don't you? No.
I can drop it back to 17-3 if you want.
Well, no, I really feel that we're still going to win. Okay, 17-3 is more realistic. Yeah, I still feel we're gonna win the AFC during the regular season. I still think we're going to get to the championship game. I don't know.
You think we'll be the number 1 seed, but we'll lose in the championship game.
In the game
like that.
I kind of have a feeling that might be what happens. But here's the deal, though. This only happens based on what Crypto predicted, and that's it. His crazy prediction is if we lose game 1, we're done for the whole season. I agree with him.
Yeah, I don't tend to disagree with that per se.
I don't. It's not going to happen. We're going to destroy the Patriots. I don't care what people say.
Right. I think we still beat them, but
right.
That's the death spiral.
If we shit the bed on that game, it's bad. It's bad.
So I'm going to go ahead and say, if it can't be my team, if I have to take my homer hat off,
all right,
I'm actually going to throw a curveball at everybody. I'm gonna say the Denver Broncos win the AFC.
Wow.
No, that's
The
not too far
Broncos.
off. That's not too far off.
That's not
though.
too far off.
It's not too far off. You think about it. They have
It
really
can be
good wide
done.
receivers. They have an elite quarterback. They have a really good running game. You know, and their defense is okay. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's bold. It's not crazy, but it's bold.
And it's simply because of one name. Like Ali said, they had all this built. All they did was drop in Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
But here is the one downfall for them.
They parachute him in there, Culler. You got
the one thing is,
in.
I don't know anything about the Seattle area, but with the altitude, do you think it'll make a difference in his game? Like, will there be a learning period? Is what I'm asking. Will there be a learning period?
That'll help him.
No. He'll go from throwing 60-yard bombs to Tyler Lockett to 70-yard bombs to Tyler Lockett.
Okay, so you don't think there's going to be no issues like with people say they have hard time breathing and all that kind of stuff? You don't think that will be an issue?
No, that's acclimation. Acclimation to elevation normally takes about 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, so
your body makes changes in 2 to 3 weeks.
So in the offseason, he's probably already figured it out. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And again,
I don't know anything
Ali,
about this. That's why I'm asking.
And again, Ali, and I'm not trying to say they don't expend a lot of energy. I'm just saying that a quarterback in today's league probably requires less oxygen than your average player. You know.
Yeah, but I think that again, and this is a whole other ball game, and I'm not getting into that, but this day and age, these athletes are fine-tuned, man. They're fine-tuned.
Plus, beside the fact that everybody that goes into Denver has to deal with that too.
Yeah. And it's not like, again, they're not smoking cigarettes on the fucking sideline anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah. That used to happen a lot.
Well, keep this in mind too. While they're out there practicing in it and playing 8 or 9 games in it, when they come to a place with higher humidity, it's like putting on an oxygen mask.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they get it acclimated pretty well.
Yeah.
Like you said, it'd be about a 2-week growing.
I had a hard time walking upstairs out there, man. It's freaking tough, man.
That's right. You was just recently in Colorado, right, Culler?
I just got back today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
what were you in the Springs?
Color, you also know. The smoking don't help either.
Well, yes, you are correct.
What were you in the Springs? Were you in Colorado Springs, or were
not
you
in Colorado Springs? We went to a town called Evergreen, and we went to Pagosa Springs, which also has a hot spring resort that we chilled at for a couple days.
That's awesome, man.
Okay,
yeah.
It was down close to the New Mexico border, fairly
Not
close.
Bad.
Just east of Durango.
So you got a chance to chill out in the bubbly springs, 90 degrees while the snow was falling in the background. Huh?
Almost. We didn't get any snow while we were there, but we got some driving out through the mountain pass yesterday. There was some flurries.
Yeah. But the crazy thing about it, this time of the year, they'll come, but they'll melt like right away.
Oh,
like
yeah, because it was because it was like 40 degrees and it came in off the mountain, so it never even stuck to the ground.
Right.
On the valley.
Exactly. Just wet.
Yeah, it's fun for the scenery though, and having the opportunity to see it, and especially being this, wanting that R&R and having that experience is awesome.
But I tell you what, those diehards out there in them hot springs, they would have sat right in there through a thunderstorm, snowstorm, whatever, man.
Right.
I was totally thinking Mothman prophecy. Like, we had this storm rolling in a couple days ago. And it was like pretty ugly. And there's all people sitting out in the springs, and I'm just like looking at the whole picture thinking, Mothman prophecy right here. Man, I'm just like,
I just can't imagine
on the news later.
I just couldn't imagine getting out of that damn spring and it's freaking snowing and freezing your ass off until you get inside.
It's rough even when it ain't snowing. Because even when it's like 70, 80 degrees out, that wind is still 40 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't fun for us skinny ankled Floridians, man. It really sucked. I had to basically step out right into my robe. It was like, forget it.
Hey, I've been here in Virginia for 6 years, and I still ain't used to this snow. I'm sorry, but after a couple days, let the kids play in it, and then please go away, please.
Well, I did the ice belt. I did the ice belt in Missouri for about 10 years, CT. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not ready to get back into that either.
Yeah, I lived in the snow belt in Ohio, along Northwest Ohio, along the lake effect that whole area, and dude, it would be like in the middle of May, almost June, and it's still snowing.
Well, the first time I ever saw like proper soft falling snow that stuck was at the North Rim, on the way up to the North Rim of the Grand Canyon in June, a couple of years back.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. First time I ever here. I'm out there. I'm out there in the snow, like, oh, cool, it's snowing. Everybody's huddled underneath the awning looking at me like it's like the guy ain't never seen snow before. And I'm out there like, no, I haven't.
Yeah.
I was born in 70s. I was born a month and 10 days after the last time it snowed in Miami.
Wow. That's crazy.
77? You said 77?
It was January 19th, 1977. It snowed in Miami proper. And I was born on February 28th of that same year, but I was born in Germany. I didn't come over here till I was 6 months old. But yeah.
Interesting.
What part of Germany was that, Color?
Stuttgart.
Okay, yeah.
And my family's from Schwäbisch Hall. My dad was stationed at Dolan Barracks right outside of Schwäbisch Hall.
Okay.
I forget which airborne unit it was. He was a helicopter mechanic, but it was for some airborne.
That's a popular base.
It was a Big Windy is the name of the unit. They worked on all the Chinooks and the 46s.
So my parents got to witness Blizzard of 78 a year after you were born. And they got pictures where they're standing on this mountain of snow, and it's ridiculous. And they took pictures after, and there was a semi sitting right where they were standing on top of it. That's how much snow came. People had to sled in supplies into the city. It was ridiculous. It was so much snow. That's the type of snow that I had to deal with growing up in Ohio.
Oh, brutal.
Nope, I'm good. I'm good.
See, in Missouri, it'll lay down some snow. Then the sun will come out, ice it over, lay down another layer, and then ice that over, man. And it's like, forget it. The whole place is nothing but ice, man. You touch everything. It's like in that movie where everything froze over really quick.
Yeah.
And everything was just coated in ice. That's Missouri. Yeah. It's miserable, man.
Yep. Yeah. The whole Midwest is like that. It's really weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how y'all dealt with that. I'm sorry.
I don't either. How they grow up like that? I mean, God.
Literally, it was the most miserable 3 weeks of my life last year when we got snow late in the season, and literally it stuck for 3 weeks, and everything was just miserable and slosh. And I'm like, can you please just go away? Where in the hell is global warming when you need it?
Right.
With some aerosol cans and try to melt this shit.
It ain't no wonder nobody in the Midwest believes it. It is, you know, you ever spend a winter in the Midwest? It's like, forget it, man.
You know, it's kind of funny, like when you're in Ohio. So when you see like used cars, they have cars that they called, oh, those are Florida cars. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're Florida cars. You can tell they've never had salt on them from salt being put down. I'm like, oh wow, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
you can actually see the difference.
Yeah, their intake manifold isn't rusted out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one thing I had to learn is how much damn more maintenance and spraying out the damn cars all the time. And it's like growing up in Miami, we didn't have to do none of that shit. You had to wash your car here and there, but oh man, it's miserable, especially up here because you know, we live outside of the city where in the city they use brine, so it's not as bad on your car. We're out here in the far out in the county, they just use straight rock salt, and oh man, it's
that
terrible.
That beet juice that smells like it smells like vinegar and sugar and all mixed together, man. And it's oh god, yeah, it's terrible.
It's obnoxious.
Mm-hmm. And it gets on everything. When that beet juice powders up, if you even touch it, you'll smell that stuff for 3 weeks, man.
Especially when you when you're running your damn heater and you could smell that shit coming in the car and you're like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. And then as soon as it gets 32.5 degrees outside, there's a line down the road at the car wash.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's like 32, you can't wash your car. 32.5, you can wash it. I mean, it's that stark.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
oh, man.
I appreciate everybody chilling, hanging with us for the open mic after TMI. Appreciate everybody coming by for TMI tonight. We probably got a little scrubbing to do in the video. You know, apologize to anybody. But anyway, fins up, everybody. We love our Dolphins, so we hope you do too. Even you all Packers and Bills fans in the chat, you all know
Steelers fans too.
Jealous of our colors. Look at our colors, aren't they beautiful?
They're not Steelers, man. I call them the Illumineers now.
The Illumineers. All right, guys. Give a follow on Twitter. I mean, God, nobody follows me on Twitter. Follow Ali on Twitter at Ali Farbash.
Or if you just type in Ali _ Persian, it brings me right up. Or you can look up Culler, and I'm following him, and you can find me that way.
Yep. And make sure
that's
you
easy way
get
to do
around for Thursday night, Saturday night, every other night with El Capitan. We all appreciate you. Every one of you coming every night. Have a wonderful week.